Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 96. Kahlan repressed her panic at the thought of drowning, made sure she had a good grip around Nadine's waist, and then pushed away from the stepping stone she had been gripping for dear life. The wet wrath of water swept them away in its frigid flux. She could feel herself tumbling under the water as she scraped and bumped along the stone. When her shoulder hit on something, she almost screamed, but the thought of losing her breath instantly locked her throat shut even tighter. With frenzied need of air and blackness disorienting her, she knew she had to come up. She was holding Nadine in a death grip with her good arm. With her other hand, she managed to hook a stone. With Nadine's weight in addition to her own, it felt as if the rush of water would rip her arm from its socket. When her head cleared the surface, there was light. Not 20 feet away was a stone lattice. Late afternoon light poured in through the openings above the water level. As Kahlan pulled Nadine's head above the water, she clamped a hand over the woman's mouth. On one of the stepping stones to the side, near the stone grate, facing away, stood Marlin. Kahlan could see the broken shafts of at least a half-dozen arrows sticking from his back. By the way Marlin was staggering as he stepped to the next stone, she knew he couldn't live much longer. The stump of his left arm wasn't bleeding. If only she could count on him dying before he reached the keep. Jagang was obviously driving the wounded man relentlessly onward. She had no idea what Jagang was capable of in controlling the man's mind to keep him alive and moving. He had no concern for the life he occupied, and she knew he would be willing to let Marlin suffer any damage to accomplish Jagang's wishes. Marlin lifted a hand, fingers spread toward the stone grate. Kahlan had grown up around wizards. Marlin was conjuring air. A section of the lattice grate exploded outward in a cloud of dust and stone fragments. More light poured in through the blasted opening. The suddenly wider spillway let the water flood out with yet greater force. Kahlan's injured arm had no strength, and the mounting might of the discharge tore her away from the stone step. She lost her grip on Nadine. In the powerful clutch of the water, Kahlan grasped frantically for a handhold, but found none. She twisted and tumbled under the water, trying with her arms and legs to grapple something. She hadn't had a chance to get a good breath, and she struggled too to fight her terror at her exigent need for air. Her fingers caught the sharp stone at the edge of the blasted hole. The water sucked her under and jammed her hard against the lower part of the grate. She could only force her head and part of one shoulder above the surface. It seemed she was breathing more water than air. Kahlan looked up. Jagang's wicked smile greeted her. He was only a few feet away. The force of the water ramming against her crushed her tight to the broken grate. She didn't have the muscle to overcome the pounding weight of the water. Try as she might, she couldn't get to him. It was all she could do to get a breath. She glanced over her shoulder. What she saw took the breath for which she had fought so hard. They were on the east side of the palace, the high side of the foundation. The water roared out of the drainage gateway to plunge for a good 50 feet before crashing to the rocks below. Jagang chuckled.
Well, well, darling, how nice of you to drop by to witness my escape.
Where are you going, Jagang? She managed.
I thought I'd go up to the keep.
Kahlan gasped for air and caught a mouthful of water instead. She coughed and choked it out. Why do you want to go to the keep? What's there that you want?
Darling, you're deluding yourself if you think I would reveal anything I don't want you to know.
What did you do to Kara? He smiled, but didn't answer. He lifted Marlin's hand. A blast of air shattered more of the grate to the side. The stone she was holding gave way. Her back scraped over the broken edge. Kahlan snatched for a solid piece and just caught it with her fingers before she was ejected from the drain. When she looked down, she was looking at the rocks below the foundation. Water thundered above her. She worked her fingers over the sharp stone, struggling desperately to pull herself back behind what was left of the grate. Panic powering her effort, she regained the inside of the stone lattice, but she couldn't get away from it. The water kept her pinned.
Problem, darling?
Kahlan wanted to scream at him, but she could only gasp for air as she fought to keep from being swept through the opening. Her arms burned with the effort. She could think of nothing to do to stop him. She thought of Richard. Jagang lifted Marlin's hand again, spreading his fingers. Nadine popped up from the water right behind him. With one hand she held a stone step. In her other, she still gripped the dead torch. Looking as if she was at the ragged edge of madness, she took a mighty swing, clubbing him across the back of his knees. Marlin's legs folded under him, and he toppled into the water right in front of Kahlan. He caught himself on the broken grate with his one hand. When he saw what waited outside, he frantically tried to push himself back. Apparently, he hadn't anticipated that there might be no way down from the drain tunnel. Nadine clutched a stepping stone and held on for dear life. Kahlan reached behind with her injured arm, stuffed her left hand through a great opening under the water, and made a fist to lodge it fast. With her other hand, she seized Marlin by the throat. "Well, well," she said through gritted teeth. "Look what I have here, the great and all-powerful Emperor Jagang." He grinned, showing broken teeth.
"Actually, darling," he said in Jagang's grating, impudent voice, "you have Marlin."
She pulled herself close to his face. "Think so? Do you know that a confessor's magic works faster than thought? That's why once we're touching someone, they have no chance. None. The magic bond of my loyalty to Richard Rahl denies a dreamwalker access to my mind. Marlin's mind is our field of battle now. Do you suppose that my magic might work faster than yours? What do you think? Do you think I can take you along with Marlin?"
"Two minds at once," he said with a smirk. "I don't think so, darling."
"We'll see. Maybe I'll get you too. Maybe we'll end the war and the Imperial Order right here and now."
"Oh, darling, you are a fool. Man is destined to free his world from the shackles of magic. Even if you could kill me here and now, which you can't, you will not end the Order. It will survive any one man, even me, because it is the struggle of all mankind to inherit our world."
Do you really expect me to believe that you don't do this for yourself, for naked power?
"Not at all. I relish rule. But I simply ride a horse already in full charge. It will run you down. You are a fool who follows the dying religion of magic."
"A fool who has you by the throat. The great Jagang who professes to want man to triumph over magic, yet uses magic."
"For now. But when magic dies, I will be the one with the daring and the muscle to rule without magic."
Fury erupted through Kahlan. This was the man who had ordered the deaths of thousands of innocent people. This was the butcher of Ebenesia. This was the man who would enslave the world. This was the man who wanted to kill Richard. In the silence of her mind, in the core of her power, where there was no cold, no exhaustion, no fear, she had all the time in the world. Though he made no attempt to escape, even if he had, it would have been hopeless. He was hers. Kahlan did as she had done countless times before. She released her restraint. For an imperceptible twitch of time, something was different. There was resistance where there had been none before, a wall. Like hot steel through glass, her power crashed through it. The magic exploded through Marlin's mind. Thunder without sound. Stone chips fell from the ceiling at the concussion. Water droplets danced. Despite the water's rush, a ring of ripples raced outward around the two of them, driving a wall of mist and dust. Nadine, clinging to the stepping stone, cried out in the pain of being so close to a confessor's power unleashed. Marlin's mouth went slack. Once a person's mind had been destroyed by a confessor, they became a vessel needing her command. Marlin offered no such abdication. Blood streamed from his ears and nose. His head lolled to the side in the rushing torrent. His dead eyes stared. Kahlan released her grip of his throat when his hand went slack on the grate and the water tore him away. Marlin's body tumbled out through the broken stone lattice and plummeted to the rocks below. Kahlan knew. She had almost had Jagang, but she failed. His thoughts, his ability as a dream walker, had been too fast for her confessor's magic to catch. Nadine was reaching toward her. "Grab my hand! I can't hold on forever!" Kahlan locked wrists with her. Using her power drained the confessor of strength. After using her magic, it took even Kahlan, the mother confessor, and perhaps the strongest confessor ever born, several hours before she could use her power again, but longer than that to fully recover her strength. She was exhausted and couldn't fight the torrent any longer. Without Nadine's hold on her, she would have gone over the edge too. With Nadine's help, Kahlan managed to regain the stepping stones. Shivering with the cold, they both dragged themselves up. Nadine wept at the crest of terror that had passed and had almost taken them. Kahlan was too exhausted to weep, but she knew how Nadine felt. "I wasn't touching him when you used magic, but I thought every one of my joints had popped apart. It didn't do anything to me, did it? Anything magic? Am I going to die too?" "No, you're fine," Kahlan assured her. "You simply felt the pain because you were too close, that's all. If you had been touching him, though, it would have been inconceivably worse. You would have been destroyed." Nadine nodded in mute reply. Kahlan put an arm around her and whispered a thank you in her ear. Nadine smiled the tears away. "We have to get back to Kara," Kahlan said. "We have to hurry." "How? The torch is gone. There's no way down the outside, and as soon as we try to go back, it will be pitch black. I don't want to go back there in the dark. It's impossible until the soldiers come with torches to light our way." "Nothing is impossible," Kahlan said wearily. "We took every turn to the right, so we have only to put a hand on the left wall and follow it to find our way back." Nadine threw her hand out, pointing back into the blackness. "That may be all fine and good in the halls, but when we came into this drainage tunnel, we crossed over to the other side. There aren't steps on that side. We'll never find the opening." The water rushing over the stepstone in the center of the tunnel had a different sound. "Didn't you notice?" "I'll remember it." Kahlan took Nadine's hand to give her encouragement. "We have to try. Kara needs help." Nadine stared in wordless worry for a moment and then said, "All right, but wait a moment." She tore a strip from the shredded hem of Kahlan's dress and wound it around Kahlan's upper arm, closing the wound as best she could. Kahlan winced when Nadine drew the knot tight. "Let's go," Nadine said, "but be careful until I can sew it closed and put a poultice on it." Chapter 12. They made excruciatingly slow progress back up the drainage tunnel. The blind trek, groping along the cold, slimy stone with the water coursing about their ankles and the constant fear of falling into the raging water in the darkness, was at least devoid of the terror that Marlin might pop up, grab their legs, and pull them in. When Kahlan heard the sound of the water change and its echo into the hall, she held Nadine's hand and probed with a foot until she found the stepstone across the channel. Part way back through the dark labyrinth of tunnels and halls, the soldiers found them and led the way with torches. In a numb haze, Kahlan followed the wavering flames of the torches as they plunged ever onward into the black nothingness. It was an effort to put one foot in front of the other. Kahlan wished for nothing more than to lie down, even if it were on the cold, wet stone. Outside the pit, the halls were crowded with hundreds of grim soldiers. Archers all had arrows nocked. Spears were at the ready, as were swords and axes. Other weapons, from the fight with Marlin, were still embedded in the stone. She doubted that anything short of magic would remove them. The dead and wounded had been cleared away, but blood boasted where they had lain. Screams were no longer coming from the pit. Kahlan recognized Captain Harris, who had been up in Petitioner's Hall earlier in the day. "Has anyone gone down there to help her, Captain?" "No, Mother Confessor." He didn't even have the decency to look sheepish about it. The Harans feared magic and felt no loss of pride admitting it. Lord Rahl was the magic against magic. They were the steel against steel. It was as simple as that. Kahlan couldn't bring herself to reprimand the men in the hall for leaving Kara alone. They had shown their bravery in the fight with Marlin. Many of them had been killed or seriously injured. Going down into the pit was different from fighting something that came out. Defending themselves was different in their minds from going out and looking for trouble with magic. For their part of the bargain, the steel against steel, the Haran soldiers fought to the death. They expected their Lord Rahl to do his part, and his part was dealing with magic. Kahlan read the apprehension in all the waiting eyes. "The assassin, the man who escaped the pit, is dead. It's over." Soft sighs of relief could be heard up and down the hall, but by the anxious expression still on the captain's face, she knew she must look quite a mess. "I think we should get you some help, Mother Confessor." "Later." Kahlan started for the ladder. Nadine followed. "How long has she been silent, Captain?" "Maybe an hour." "That was about when Marlin died. Come with us and bring a couple more men so we can get Kara out of there." Kara was on the far side of the room, near the wall where Kahlan had seen her last. Kahlan knelt on one side, Nadine on the other, as the soldiers held torches so they could see. Kara was in convulsions of some sort. Her eyes were closed, and she was no longer screaming, but she shook violently, her arms and legs thrashing against the stone floor. She was choking on her own vomit. Kahlan gripped the shoulder of Kara's red leather and yanked her onto her side. "Open her mouth!" Nadine leaned over from behind and pushed her thumb against the back of Kara's jaw, forcing it forward. With her other hand, she pressed down on her chin, keeping her mouth open. Kahlan swept 2 fingers through Kara's mouth several times until she had cleared her airway. "Breathe!" Kahlan yelled. "Breathe, Kara! Breathe!" Nadine slapped the prone woman on the back, eliciting gurgling, wet-choking coughs that finally brought a semblance of clear, if gasping, breathing. Although she was able to breathe, it didn't halt the convulsions. Kahlan felt helpless. "I better go get my things," Nadine said. "What's wrong with her?" "I don't really know. A paroxysm of some sort. I'm no expert, but I think we need to stop it. I might be able to help. I might have something in my bag." "You two, go show her the way. Leave a torch." Nadine and the 2 soldiers raced up the ladder after one of them shoved a torch in a bracket on the wall. "Mother Confessor," Captain Harris said, "just a little while ago a rock moss showed up in Petitioner's Hall." "A what?" "A rock moss. From Dahara." "I don't know much about Dahara. Who are they?" "They're a secret sect. I don't know much about them myself. The rock moss keep to themselves and are rarely seen." "Get to the point. What's he doing here?" "This one is the Rogmoss High Priest himself. The Rogmoss are healers. He says he sensed that a new Lord Rahl had become master of Dahara, and he came to offer his services to his new master." "A healer? Well, don't just stand there. Go get him. Maybe he can help. Hurry." Captain Harris clapped a fist to his heart before racing up the ladder. Kahlan pulled Kara's shoulders and head into her lap and held her tight, trying to calm her convulsions. Kahlan didn't know what else to do. She knew a lot about hurting people, but little about healing them. She was so sick of hurting people. She wished she knew more about helping people, like Nadine. "Hold on, Kara," she whispered as she rocked the shaking woman. "Help is coming. Hold on." Kahlan's eyes were drawn to the top of the opposite wall. The words incised in the stone stared back. She knew nearly every language in the Midlands. All confessors did. But she knew nothing about High Daharan. High Daharan was a dead language. Few people knew the ancient tongue. Richard was learning High Daharan. He and Berdine worked together translating the journal they had found in the keep, Kolo's journal they called it, which had been written in High Daharan in the Great War 3,000 years before. Richard would be able to translate the prophecy on the wall. She wished he couldn't. She didn't want to know what it said. Prophecy was never anything but trouble. She didn't want to believe that Jagang had unleashed some unknown festering plague of torment on them, but she couldn't find a good reason to doubt his word. She pressed her cheek to the top of Kara's head and closed her eyes. She didn't want to see the prophecy. She wanted it gone. Kahlan felt tears running down her face. She didn't want Kara to die. She didn't know why she should feel so much for this woman, except perhaps because no one else did. The soldiers wouldn't even come down to see why she had stopped screaming. She could have choked to death on her own vomit. Something as simple as that, not magic, could have killed her because they were afraid, or perhaps because no one cared if she died. "Hold on, Kara, I care." She smoothed the Mord Sith's hair back from her clammy forehead. "I care. We want you to live." Kahlan squeezed the quaking woman, as if trying to squeeze her words, her concern, into her. It occurred to her that Kara wasn't so different from herself. Kara was trained to hurt people. When it all came down to it, Kahlan was much the same. She used her power to destroy a person's mind. She knew that she was doing it to save others, but it was still hurting people. Mord Sith hurt people, but to them it was to help their master, to preserve his life, and that in turn was to save the lives of the Daharan people. Dear spirits, was she no more than this Mord Sith she was trying to bring back from madness? Kahlan could feel the Aegil hanging around her neck, pressing against her chest as she held Kara. Was she a sister of the Aegil in more ways than one? If Nadine had been killed in the beginning, would she have cared? Nadine helped people. She didn't make a life of hurting them. No wonder Richard had been attracted to her. She wiped her cheek as the tears ran more freely. Her shoulder throbbed. She hurt all over. She wanted Richard to hold her. She knew he was going to be angry, but she needed him so badly at that moment. It was hurting her shoulder to hold the trembling woman in her lap, but she refused to let go. "Hold on, Kari. You're not alone. I'm with you. I won't leave you, I promise." "Is she any better?" Nadine asked as she scurried down the ladder. "No, she's still unconscious and shaking like before." As she knelt, Nadine let her bag drop to the floor beside Kahlan. Things inside banged together with muffled sounds. "I told those men to wait up there. We don't want to move her until we can bring her out of it, and they'll just be in the way." Nadine started pulling things out of her bag. Little folded cloth packages, leather pouches with markings scratched on them, and stoppered horn containers, likewise scratched with symbols. She briefly inspected the markings before setting each item aside. "Blue cohosh," she mumbled to herself as she squinted at the cryptic marks on one of the leather pouches. "No, I don't think it would do, and she'd have to drink cups of it." She took out several more leather pouches before pausing at another. "Pearly everlasting. Might work, but we'd have to get her to smoke it somehow." She sighed irritably. "That won't do." She considered a horn. "Mugwort," she muttered as she set it aside. "Feverfew?" She put that horn in the damp sling of her dress in her lap. "Yes, betony might be of some good, too," she said, as she considered another. She added the horn to her lap. Kahlan picked up one of the horns Nadine had set aside and pulled its cork. The pungent smell of anise made her pull back. She pushed the cork back in and set it down. She picked up another. 2 circles were deeply scratched into the patina of the horn. A horizontal line ran through both circles. Kahlan wiggled the carefully carved wooden stopper, trying to pull it free. Nadine slapped the horn out of Kahlan's hands. "Don't!" Kahlan looked up in surprise. "Sorry. I didn't mean to snoop in your things. No, it's not that." She picked up the horn with the 2 circles stuck through with a line and held it up. "This is powdered cayenne pepper. If you weren't careful when you open it, you could get it on your hands or worse in your face. It's a powerful substance that will immobilize a person for a time. If you had opened it carelessly, you would have been on the floor blind and gasping for air, convinced you were about to die. I thought about using it on Kara to stop her shaking by paralyzing her, but I decided it best not to. It immobilizes a person partly by interfering with their breathing. It feels like it's burning your eyes out of your head. It blinds you. Your nose feels on fire, you're sure your heart is going to burst, and you can't get your breath. You're helpless. Trying to wash it off only makes it worse, because the powder is oily and just spreads. It doesn't cause any real harm, and you'd recover completely in a short time, but until then you're disabled and totally helpless. I don't think immobilizing Kara in that fashion would be good, since she's already having trouble breathing. In her state, it might make her worse instead of helping her." "Do you know what to do to help her?" "You do know what to do, don't you?" Kahlan asked, trying not to sound critical. Nadine's hand paused on the edge of her bag. "Well, I think I do. It's not so common a problem then, I'm sure, but I've heard of it. My father has mentioned it in passing." Kahlan wasn't reassured. Nadine found a small bottle in her bag and held it up in the torchlight. She pulled the cork and turned the bottle upside down on a finger. "Hold her head up." "What is it?" Kahlan asked, as she turned Kara over. She watched Nadine rub the substance on Kara's temples. "Oil of lavender. It helps with headaches." "I think she has more than a simple headache." "I know, but until I find something else, it might help ease the pain, and that might help calm her. I don't think I have any one thing that by itself will do it. I'll need to try to add things together. The problem is that with the convulsions, we can't get her to drink decoctions or teas. Motherwort and linden help calm people, but we can't get her to drink a whole cup of it in water. Black horehound would help stop the vomiting, but she'd have to drink 5 cups a day. I don't see how we can get her to drink the first until we stop the convulsions. Maybe we could get her to swallow some feverfew, but there is one thing I'm hoping—" Nadine's long damp hair hung around her face as she pawed through her bag. She came up with another small brown bottle. "Yes, I did bring it." "What is it?" "Tincture of maypop. It's a strong sedative and also a painkiller. I've heard my pa say that it settles people who are in a state of nervous shakes. I think he may have meant shakes like convulsions. Since it's a tincture, we can put some on the back of her tongue. She'll swallow it that way." Kara shuddered violently in Kahlan's arms. Kahlan embraced her tighter until she settled a bit. She didn't know if she liked the idea of having to rely on Nadine's "I think," but Kahlan had no better solution. Something had to be done. Nadine was working her thumbnail at the wax seal on the little brown bottle of tincture of maypop when the shaft of light coming from the doorway above darkened. Nadine's hand stilled. A motionless, silhouetted figure filled the doorway, seeming to consider them at length. With nary a flutter of his long cloak, he wheeled and started down the ladder. In the silence, but for the hissing torch, Kahlan absently stroked a protective hand over Kara's brow as she watched the man in a hooded cloak descend the ladder. Chapter 13. Nadine paused at her work on the wax seal. "Who?" "He's some kind of healer," Kahlan whispered as she watched the man's methodical descent. "From Dahara. I was told he came to offer his services to Richard. I think he's an important person." Nadine grunted dismissively. "What's he going to do without any herbs or things?" She leaned closer while watching him. "He doesn't seem to have anything with him." Kahlan shushed her. Stone dust crunched under his boots as he turned, the sound echoing in the hush of the pit. He approached in measured strides. The torch was on the wall behind him, so Kahlan couldn't see his features in the deeply cowled hood of the voluminous, coarse flaxen cloak that hung to the floor. He was as tall as Richard, with shoulders just as wide. "Maud Sith," he observed, in a voice that was smooth and authoritative, something like Richard's, too. He brought a hand out of his cloak and gestured. Kahlan complied, laying Kara on her back on the stone floor. With the way he seemed to study Kara's shivering, Kahlan didn't want to interrupt for introductions. She just wanted someone to help Kara. "What happened to her?" he asked from the shadow of the cowl, in a voice just as deep and dark. "She had control of a man who—" "He had the gift? She was linked with him?" "Yes," Kahlan said. "That's what she called it." He made a sound in his throat, as if mentally assimilating the information. "It turned out that the man was possessed by a dream-walker and—" "What's a dream-walker?" "A person, as I understand it, who can invade another person's mind by slipping into the spaces between their thoughts. He gains control of them in this way. He was covertly possessing this man that she linked with." He considered a moment. "I see. Go on." "We came down here to question the man."
"To torture him?"
Kahlan pulled an irritated breath. "No. I told Kara that we were simply going to question him to get answers, if we could. The man was an assassin sent to kill Lord Rahl, and if he didn't answer the questions, then Kara was prepared to do what she must to get those answers, to protect Lord Rahl. But it never got that far. We discovered that this dream-walker had control of him, control of his gift. The dream-walker used the man's gift to write a prophecy in the stone behind you." The healer didn't turn to look.
"Then what?"
"Then he was going to escape and start killing people. Kara tried to stop him."
"With her link?"
"Yes. She let out a scream like I've never heard before and fell to the ground holding her ears." Kahlan inclined her head. "Nadine here and I went after the man when he tried to escape. Fortunately, he was killed. When we got back, we found Kara on the floor in convulsions."
"You shouldn't have left her alone. She could have choked to death on her own vomit."
Kahlan pressed her lips together and remained silent. The man just stood there, watching Kara shudder. Finally, Kahlan could bear it no longer. "This is one of Lord Rahl's personal guards. She's important. Do you intend to help her, or are you just going to stand there?"
"Quiet," he commanded in a distracted tone. "One must observe before one acts, or more harm than help can be the result."
Kahlan glowered at the shadowed form. At last he sank to his knees and sat back on his heels. He lifted Kara's wrist in one of his big hands, working a finger between her glove and sleeve. He flicked his other hand out over the items on the floor.
"What's all this?"
"They're my things," Nadine said. Her chin rose. "I'm a healer." Still holding Kara's wrist, the man picked up a leather pouch with his other hand, looking at its markings. He set it down and then scooped the 2 horns from Nadine's lap.
"Feverfew," he said,
as he tossed it back in Nadine's lap. He looked at the symbols on the other.
"Bethany."
He tossed it back in her lap with the first.
"You're not a healer," he said. "You're an herb woman."
"How dare you—"
"Did you give her any of your medicines besides the oil of lavender?"
How did... I've not had time to give her anything else.
Good, he proclaimed. The oil of lavender won't help her, but at least it won't harm her.
Well, of course I know it's not going to stop the convulsions. It was just to help ease some of her pain. I was going to give her tincture of maypop for that.
Were you now? Fortunate that I arrived in time, then.
Nadine folded her arms across her breasts. Why's that?
Because tincture of maypop would likely have killed her.
Nadine scowled as she unfolded her arms and planted fists on her hips. Maypop is a powerful sedative. It would likely have halted her convulsions. If you hadn't interfered, I'd have her recovered by now.
Is that so? Did you feel her pulse?
No, Nadine paused warily. Why? What difference could that possibly make?
Her pulse is weak, staggering, and labored. This woman is struggling with all her strength to keep her heart beating. Had you given her your maypop, it would have done as you said, sedated her. Her heart would have stopped.
I can't see how...
Even a simple herb woman should know to use more caution when dealing with magic.
Magic? Nadine wilted. I'm from Westland. I've never seen magic before. I didn't know magic had any effect on healing herbs. I'm sorry.
He ignored the apology and pointed. Undo the buttons and open the top of her outfit.
Why? Nadine asked.
Do it! Or do you favor watching her die? She can't hold on much longer.
Nadine leaned forward and began undoing the row of little red leather buttons along the side of Kara's ribs. When she finished, he gestured for her to open it. Nadine glanced up at Kahlan. Kahlan gave her a nod, and she pulled back the supple leather, exposing Kara's chest. May I ask your name? Kahlan asked him.
Drefn.
Instead of asking hers, he put an ear to the center of Kara's chest, listening. He shifted around, forcing Kahlan to scoot out of the way until he was at Kara's head. He briefly inspected the bloody wound above her left ear, and then, seeming to dismiss it as unimportant, went on to systematically probe the base of her neck. Kahlan could only see the side of his deep cowl and nothing of his face. The single torch didn't provide much light anyway. Drefn leaned forward and gripped Kara's breasts in his big hands. Kahlan sat up straighter. What do you think you're doing?
Examining her.
Is that what you call it? He sat back on his heels.
Feel her breasts.
Why?
To see what I discovered.
Kahlan finally turned from the shadow of his cowl and, rather than grabbing her as he had, put the back of her fingers against the side of Kara's left breast. It was hot, burning with a fever. She felt the other. It was ice cold. When Drefn gestured, Nadine followed suit. What does it mean? She asked.
I'd like to reserve judgment until I've finished examining her, but it's not good.
He put his fingers to the side of her neck, feeling her pulse again. He ran his thumbs outward along her forehead. He bent and put his ear to each of hers. He smelled her breath. He carefully lifted her head and rotated it. He spread her arms out to the sides, pulled the red leather outfit open further so that Kara's torso was naked to her waist, and then bent over her and palpated her abdomen and up under her ribs. With his head bent, as if in concentration, he touched his fingers to the front of her shoulders for a moment, the sides of her neck, the base of her skull, her temples, several places on her ribs, and lastly to the palms of her hands. Kahlan was getting impatient. She was seeing a lot of probing and prodding, but very little healing. Well?
Her aura is seriously snarled, he said, as he brazenly thrust a big hand under the red leather at Kara's waist.
Kahlan watched in stunned disbelief as his hand slid down to her crotch. She could see his fingers under the tight leather as he worked them into her sex. Hard as she could, Kahlan fisted him on the nerve at the side of his upper arm. He recoiled in pain. He fell to the side of his hip with a groan, covering his arm where she had clouted him. I told you this is an important woman. How dare you grope her like that? I won't have it, do you understand?
I wasn't groping her, he growled.
The heat was still in Kahlan's voice. Then what do you call it?
I was trying to determine what this dreamwalker has done to her. He's greatly disturbed her auras, her energy flows, confusing her mind's control of her body. She's not in convulsions, precisely. She's having uncontrolled muscular contractions. I was checking to make sure that he hadn't triggered the part of her brain that controls excitement. I was making sure that he hadn't put her in a state of continual orgasm. I have to know the extent of the blocks and triggers he's disturbed, so that I know how to reverse it. Nadine, eyes widening, leaned forward. Magic can do such a thing? Make a person have continual... He nodded as he flexed his sore arm. If the practitioner knows what he's doing. Can you do such a thing? She breathed. No. I don't have the gift or any other form of magic, but I know how to heal if the damage isn't too great. The cowl turned toward Kahlan. Now, do you wish me to continue, or do you want to watch her die? Continue. But if you put your hand down there again, you are going to be a one-handed healer. I've already learned what I needed to know. Nadine leaned in again. Is she? No. He flicked his hand irritably. Pull off her boots. Nadine shuffled around and did as he had ordered. He turned a bit toward Kahlan as if peering at her from the depths of his cowl. Did you know to hit that particular nerve in my arm with deliberate knowledge, or did you simply get lucky? Kahlan studied the shadow, trying to see his eyes. She couldn't. I was trained to do such things, to defend myself and others. I'm impressed. With such understanding of nerves, you could learn to heal instead of hurt. He turned his attention to Nadine. Depress the third anterior axis of the dorsal meridian. Nadine made a face. What? He waggled his hand, pointing. Between the tendon at the back of her ankles and the prominent bone sticking out to the sides. Squeeze there with a thumb and one finger, both ankles. Nadine did as she was told while Dreffin pressed behind Kara's ears with his little fingers and at the same time on the tops of her shoulders with his thumbs. Harder, woman! He put both palms, one atop the other, on Kara's sternum. Second meridian, he murmured. What? Move down half an inch and do it again, both ankles. He moved his fingers on Kara's skull, concentrating on what he was doing. All right. First meridian. Another half inch down, Nadine asked. Yes, hurry. He held Kara's elbows between a thumb and finger as he lifted them a few inches. Finally, he sat back on his heels with a sigh. This is astounding, he muttered to himself. This is not good. What is it? Kahlan asked. Are you saying that you can't help her? He waved dismissively, as if too distracted to answer. Answer me, Kahlan insisted. If I wish you to bother me, woman, I will ask. Nadine leaned forward, cocking her head. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? She pointed with her chin, indicating Kahlan. He was feeling Kara's earlobes. By the looks of her, I'd say some mucker on the cleaning staff. One in need of a bath. I've just had a bath, Kahlan said under her breath. Nadine's voice lowered with import. You'd better show some respect, Mr. Healer. She's the one who owns this palace, the whole thing. She's the Mother Confessor herself. He ran a finger down the inside of Kara's upper arms. Is that so? Well, good for her. Now be quiet, the both of you. She's also the betrothed of Lord Richard Rall himself. Dreffin's hands froze. His whole body stiffened. And since Lord Richard Rall is the master of Dahara and you're from Dahara, Nadine went on, I reckon that makes him the boss of you. If I were you, I'd be showing a lot more respect for Lord Richard Rall's future wife. He doesn't like it when people don't show respect for women. I've seen him knock out people's teeth for being disrespectful. Dreffin hadn't moved a muscle. Kahlan thought Nadine had put it very crudely, but she doubted it could have been any more effective. Not only that, Nadine added, but she's the one who killed the assassin, with magic. Dreffin finally cleared his throat. Forgive me, Mistress. Mother Confessor, Kahlan corrected. I most humbly beg your forgiveness, Mother Confessor. I had no idea. I had no intention to cause... Kahlan cut him off. I understand you were more concerned with healing Kara here than with formalities. So am I. Can you help her? I can. Please get on with it, then. He immediately turned back to Kara. Kahlan frowned as she watched his hands gliding in patterns over the supine woman, keeping just above her flesh. His hands paused occasionally, fingers trembling with effort at an invisible task. From Kara's feet, Nadine folded her arms again. You call this healing? My herbs would have had a better effect than this piffle, and a lot sooner, too. He looked up. Piffle? Is that what you think it is? Just some nonsense? Do you have the slightest idea, young lady, what we're dealing with? A paroxysm. It must be ended, not prayed over. He rose up on his knees. I am the rogue Moss High Priest. I am not given to praying for my healings. Nadine snorted derisively. He nodded as if deciding something. You wish to see what we're dealing with. You want proof your simple herb woman eyes can understand. Nadine scowled. In view of the lack of results, a little proof would be a fine dish. He pointed. I saw a horn of mugwort. Give it here. I presume you have a taper in that bag. Bring it too, after you light it. As Nadine took the candle to the torch to light it, Dreffin opened his cloak and took several items from a pouch. Nadine handed him the lit candle. He dripped hot wax on the floor to the side and stuck the taper in it. Dreffin reached under his cloak and pulled out a long, thin-bladed knife. He leaned over and pressed it between Kara's breasts. A ruby drop grew under the point. He set the knife aside and leaned over her. With a long-handled spoon, he skimmed the blood from her flesh. He sat back, unstopped the horn Nadine had given him, and dumped some mugwort atop the blood in the spoon. You call this mugwort? You're only supposed to collect the fluffy underside of the leaf. You've got the whole leaf mixed in with it. It doesn't matter, it's all mugwort. A very low grade this way. You ought to know to use a high-grade mugwort. What sort of herb woman are you, anyway? Nadine squinted in indignation. It works just fine. Are you trying to find an excuse to get out of showing us that you know what you're doing? Are you trying to blame your failure on the grade of mugwort? The grade is more than good enough for my purpose, but not for yours. His tone turned instructional, if not polite. Next time, purify the sample you collect, and you will find it to be of more help to those who need it. He hunched over, holding the spoon to the point of the candle flame until the mugwort ignited, giving off a copious amount of smoke and a heavy, musky odor. Dreffin circled the smoking spoon over Kara's stomach, letting the layer of smoke build. He handed the spoon of smoking mugwort to Nadine. Hold this between her feet. He put his fingers to his temples as he murmured a chant under his breath. He took his hands from his head. Now watch, and you will see what I can see, what I can feel, without the smoke. He put his thumbs to Kara's temples and his little fingers to the sides of her throat. The thick layer of mugwort smoke jumped. Kahlan gasped as she saw ropey lines of smoke coiling and snaking all over Kara. Dreffin removed his hands, and the smoke trail snapped into a still web of lines. Some arched from her sternum to her breasts, her shoulders, her hips, and her thighs. A tangle of lines went from the top half of her head to points all over her body. Dreffin traced one with a finger. See this one? From her left temple to her left leg? Watch. He pressed his fingers to the base of her skull on the left side, and the line of smoke crossed to her right leg. There. That's where it belongs. What is all that? Kahlan asked in astonishment. Her meridian lines. The flow of her force, her life, her aura. It's more than that, too, but it's hard to put it all into a few words for you. What I have done is nothing more than the way a shaft of sunlight shows you the dust motes floating in the air. Nadine, her mouth hanging open, sat frozen, holding the smoking spoon. How did you make the line move? By using my life force to compel a healing energy shift where it was needed. Then you have magic, Nadine breathed. No, training. Squeeze her ankles where you did the first time. Nadine set the spoon down and squeezed Kara's ankles. The tangle of lines going down Kara's legs twisted and untangled, moving from her hips to her feet in straight lines. There, Dreffin said. You have just corrected her legs. See how they've stilled? I did that? Nadine asked incredulously. Yes, but that was the easy part. See here? He indicated the web of lines coming from her head. This is the dangerous part of what this dream walker did. It has to be undone. These lines indicate that she can't control her muscles. She can't speak, and she's been blinded. Look here. This line going from her ears outward and then back to her forehead, that's the only one that's correct. She can hear and understand everything we say. She just can't react to it. Kahlan's jaw dropped. She can hear us? Every word. Rest assured, she knows we're trying to help her. Now, if you please, I need to concentrate. This all has to be done in the correct order, or we'll lose her. Kahlan whisked her hands toward him. "Of course. Do what you need to do to help her." Dreffin hunched to his task, working his way around Kara's body, pressing fingers or the flats of his hands to various places on her. At times, he used the knife point. He never drew more than a drop of blood as he pressed it into her flesh. At nearly each thing he did, some of the ropey lines of smoke moved, untangling, some laying down against Kara's body, and others curving outward in a smooth arch before returning to a spot he had attended. When he compressed the flesh between her thumb and first finger, not only did the smoke lines over her arms straighten, but Kara moaned in relief as she twisted her head and rolled her shoulders. It was the first normal response of any kind Kara had given. When he pierced the tops of her ankles with his knife, she gasped and began to breathe with a steady, if rapid, rhythm. Relief and hope flooded through Kahlan. He at last had moved all the way around her and was working at her head, pressing his thumbs along the bridge of her nose and across her forehead. Her whole body was still, no longer shaking and quivering. Her chest rose and fell without effort. He pressed the knife point between her eyebrows. "That should take care of it," he murmured to himself. Kara's blue eyes opened. They searched about until they found Kahlan. "I heard your words," she whispered. "Thank you, my sister." Kahlan smiled her relief. She knew what Kara meant. Kara had, after all, heard Kahlan tell her that she wasn't alone. "I got Marlin." Kara smiled. "You make me proud to serve with you. I regret that you have gone to all this effort healing me for nothing." Kahlan frowned, not knowing what she meant. Kara rolled her head back, looking up at Dreffin as he hunched over her. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Is everything feeling normal now?" Her brow drew together with a look of foggy confusion, bordering on alarm. "Lord Rahl?" she asked incredulously. "No, I'm Dreffin." With both hands he laid back his cowl. Kahlan's eyes went wide along with Nadine's. "But my father, too, was Darken Rahl. I am Lord Rahl's half-brother." Kahlan stared in wonder. Same size, same muscular build as Richard. Blonde hair like Darken Rahl's, although shorter and not so straight. Richard's hair was darker and coarser. Dreffin's eyes, piercing blue like Darken Rahl's rather than gray like Richard's, nonetheless bore the same cutting raptor rake. His features possessed that impossibly handsome perfection of a statue that Darken Rahl's had. Richard hadn't inherited that cruel perfection. Dreffin's looks, somewhere in the middle, leaned more toward Darken Rahl than Richard. But while no one would mistake Dreffin for Richard, they would have no trouble telling that they were brothers. She wondered why Kara had made that mistake. Then she saw the Aegil in Kara's fist. That wasn't what Kara had meant by Lord Rahl. In a confused state, looking at him upside down as she regained consciousness, she hadn't thought he was Richard. She had thought he was Darken Rahl.
Chapter 14. The only sound in the otherwise dead silence was the click, click, click of Richard's thumbnail on one of the points of the recurved crossguard on his sword. The elbow of his other arm rested on the polished tabletop while he cradled his head between a thumb under his chin and his first finger along his temple. With a calm face, he did his best to control his anger. He was furious. This time they had crossed the line, and they knew it. In his mind, he had gone over a whole list of possible punishments, but had rejected them all, not because they were too harsh, but because he knew they wouldn't work. In the end, he settled on the truth. There was nothing harsher than the truth, and nothing else as likely to get through to them. Before him in a row stood Berdine, Raina, Ulick, and Egan. They stood stiffly, their eyes focused at some point over his head and behind him, as he sat at the table in the small room he used for meeting with people, reading, and various other work. To the side of the table hung small landscape paintings of idyllic country scenes, but from the window behind, from which streamed the low-angled rays of morning sunlight, the massive, baleful stone face of the wizard's keep glared down on him. He had been back in Aidendrill for only an hour, long enough to discover what had happened after he had left the evening before. All 4 of his guards had been back since before dawn. He had ordered them to return to Aidendrill after Raina and Egan had sauntered into camp the night before. They had thought he wouldn't make them return in the dead of night. They had been wrong. As brazen as they ordinarily were, the look in his eyes had ensured that none of the four dared disobey that order. Richard had also returned much earlier than he had planned. He had pointed out the quenchoke to the soldiers, told them what to collect, and then, instead of overseeing the task, had started back alone for Aidendrill before the sun was up. After what he had seen in the night, he'd been too troubled to get any sleep, and had wanted to be back in Aidendrill as soon as possible. Drumming his finger on the tabletop, Richard watched his guards sweating. Berdine and Raina wore their brown leather outfits, their long braided hair disheveled from their hard ride. The two great blonde-headed men, Ulick and Egan, wore uniforms of dark leather straps, plates, and belts. The thick leather plates were molded to fit like a second skin over the conspicuous contours of their muscles. Incised in the leather at the center of their chests was an ornate letter R for the House of Rahl, and beneath that 2 crossed swords. Around their arms, just above their elbows, they wore golden bands, brandishing razor-sharp projections, weapons for close combat. No Daharan but the Lord Rahl's personal bodyguards wore such weapons. They were the rarest, the highest badges of honor, earned he knew not how. Richard had inherited the rule of a people he didn't know, with customs that were mostly a mystery to him, and expectations he only partly fathomed. Since they had returned, these four too had discovered what had happened with Marlin the night before. They knew why they had been summoned, but he hadn't said anything to them yet. He was trying to get a grip on his rage first.
Lord Rahl?
Yes, Raina?
Are you angry with us for disobeying your orders and coming out to you with the Mother Confessor's message?
The message had been a pretense, and they knew it as well as he. Click, click, click went his thumbnail. That will be all. You may go, all of you. Their postures relaxed, but none made a move to leave.
Leave?
Raina asked.
Aren't you going to punish us?
A smirk spread on her face.
Maybe clean out the stables for a week or something?
Richard pushed back from the table as he ground his teeth. He was not in the mood for their impish humor. He rose behind the table. No, Raina, no punishment. You may go. The two moored Sith smiled. Berdine leaned toward Raina, speaking in a whisper, but loud enough for him to hear.
He realizes that we know best how to protect him.
They all started for the door. Before you go, Richard said as he strolled around the table, I just want you to know one thing.
What's that?
Berdine asked. Richard walked past them, pausing long enough to look each in the eye. That I'm disappointed in you. Raina made a face.
You're disappointed in us? You're not going to yell or punish us? You're simply disappointed?
That's right. You've disappointed me. I thought I could trust you. I can't. Richard turned away. Dismissed. Berdine cleared her throat.
Lord Rahl, Ulick and I went with you by your command.
Oh? So if it had been you I'd left here to protect Kahlan instead of Raina, you would have done as I asked and stayed? She didn't answer. I've counted on all of you, and you've made me feel a fool for trusting you. He flexed his fists instead of yelling. I would have seen to Kahlan's protection if I'd known I couldn't trust you. Richard leaned an arm against the window frame and stared out at the cold spring morning. The four behind him shifted their feet uneasily.
Lord Rahl,
Berdine said at last,
we would lay down our lives for you.
Richard rounded on them. And let Kahlan die. He carefully quieted his tone. You can lay down your lives for me all you want. Play your games all you want. Pretend you're doing something important. Play at being my guards. Just stay out of my way and out of the way of people helping me in this effort to stop the Imperial Order. He flicked his hand toward the door. Dismissed. Berdine and Raina shared a look.
We will be outside in the hall if you need us, Lord Rahl.
Richard gave them such a cold look that it drained the color from their faces. I won't be needing you. I don't need people I can't trust. Berdine swallowed.
But
what? She swallowed again.
What about Kolo's journal? Don't you want me to help you with the translation?
I'll manage. Anything else? Each of them shook their heads. They began filing out. Raina at the end of the line paused and turned back. her dark eyes fixed on the floor.
Lord Ral, will you be taking us out later to feed the chipmunks?
I'm busy. They'll manage just fine without us.
But what about Reggie?
Who?
Reggie. He's the one missing the end of his little tail. He sat in my hand. He'll be looking for us.
Richard watched her for a silence-filled eternity. He teetered between wanting to hug her and wanting to yell at her. He had tried the hugging, or its equivalent anyway, and it had nearly gotten Kahlan killed. Maybe another day. Dismissed. She wiped the back of her hand across her nose.
Yes, Lord Ral.
Raina quietly pulled the door closed behind him. Richard raked back his hair as he flopped down in his chair again. With a finger, he slowly spun Kolo's journal around and around as he ground his teeth. Kahlan could have died while he was off looking for trees. Kahlan could have died while the people he thought were protecting her were instead following their own agenda. He shuddered to think what the added magic, the added rage of the sword would do were he to draw it at that moment. He couldn't recall being this angry without the sword of truth in his hand. He couldn't imagine the wrath of the sword's magic on top of this. The words of the prophecy from the stone wall in the pit ran through his mind with haunting, mocking finality. A soft knock silenced the 100th whispered sound of the prophecy in his head. This was the knock he had been waiting for. He knew who it was. Come in, Kara. The tall, muscular, blonde-haired Mord Sith slunk in through the door. She pushed it closed with her back. Her head was bent, and she looked as miserable as he had ever seen her.
May I speak with you, Lord Ral?
Why are you wearing your red leather? She swallowed before answering.
It's a Mord Sith thing, Lord Ral.
He didn't ask for an explanation. He didn't really care. This was the one he had been waiting for. This was the one who was at the core of his wrath. I see. What do you want? Kara approached the table and stood with her shoulders slumped. She had a bandage around her head, but he had been told that her head wound wasn't serious. By the red-rimmed look of her eyes, it was obvious that she hadn't slept the night before.
How is the Mother Confessor this morning?
When I left her, she was resting, but she's going to be fine. Her wounds weren't serious as they easily could have been. She's lucky to be alive, considering what happened. Considering that she wasn't supposed to have been down there with Marlin in the first place. Considering that I specifically told you that I didn't want either of you down there. Kara's eyes closed.
Lord Ral, it was my fault entirely. I'm the one who talked her into it. I wanted to question Marlin. She tried to convince me to stay away, but I went anyway. She only went to try to make me leave him be, as you had instructed.
Had Richard not been so angry, he might have laughed. Even if Kahlan hadn't admitted the truth to him, he knew her well enough to recognize Kara's confession as pure fiction. But he also knew that Kara hadn't put in much of an effort to keep Kahlan away from the assassin.
I thought that I had control of him. I made a mistake.
Richard leaned forward. Didn't I specifically tell you that I didn't want either of you down there? Her shoulders trembled as she nodded without looking up. His fist hitting the table made her flinch. Answer me! Didn't I specifically tell you that I didn't want either of you down there?
Yes, Lord Ral.
Was there any doubt in your mind what I meant?
No, Lord Ral.
Richard leaned back in his chair. That was the mistake, Kara. Do you understand? Not that you didn't have control of him. That was beyond your power. Going down there was a choice you made. That was the mistake you made. I love Kahlan more than anything in this world, or anything in any other world. Nothing else is so precious to me. I trusted you to protect her, to keep her out of harm's view. The sunlight coming through the patterned shears played across her red leather in dappled patches, like sunlight coming through leaves.
Lord Ral, she said in a small voice, I fully understand the dimensions of my failure and what it means. Lord Ral, may I be granted a request?
What is it? She sank to her knees, bending forward in supplication. She took up her aegil, holding it in both trembling fists.
May I choose the manner of my execution?
What?
A Mord Sith wears her red leather at her execution. If she has previously served with honor, she is allowed to choose the manner of execution.
And what would you choose?
My Aegil, Lord Ral. I know how I have failed you. I have committed an unforgivable transgression, but I have served with honor in the past. Please, allow it to be with my Aegil. It's my only request. Either Berdine or Raina can carry it out. They know how.
Richard walked around the table. He leaned back against its edge, looking down at Kara's slumped, quivering form. He folded his arms. Denied. Her shoulders shuddered with a sob.
May I ask what Lord Ral will choose?
Kara, look at me, he said in a soft voice. Her tear-stained face came up. Kara, I'm angry, but no matter how angry I was, I would never, ever have you, any of you, executed.
You must. I have failed you. I have disobeyed your orders to protect your love. I have made an unforgivable mistake.
Richard smiled. I don't know that there are unforgivable mistakes. There may be unforgivable betrayals, but not mistakes. If we were going to start executing people for mistakes, I'm afraid I'd have been dead long ago. I make mistakes all the time. Some of them have been pretty big. She shook her head as she gazed into his eyes.
A Maud Sith knows when she has earned execution. I have earned it.
In those blue eyes he saw the iron of her resolution.
Either you carry it out or I will.
Richard stood for a time, judging the demand of duty to which a Maud Sith was bound, judging the madness in those eyes. Do you wish to die, Kara?
No, Lord Ral. Since you have been our Lord Ral, never. That is why I must. I have failed you. A Maud Sith lives and dies by a code of duty to her master. Neither you nor I can alter what must be. My life is forfeit. You must carry out the execution, or I will.
Richard knew that she wasn't making a play for sympathy. Maud Sith didn't bluff. If he didn't somehow change her mind, she would do as she promised. With comprehension and the resulting sickening realization of his only choice, he made the mental leap off the rim of sanity and into the madness where dwelt part of this woman's mind, and he feared part of his. As irretrievable as a heartbeat, the decision had been made. Muscles flexing with the call, he drew his sword. It sent the soft, matchless ring of steel through the room, through his bones. With that seemingly simple act, the wrath of the sword's magic was loosed. The lock on the door to death was slipped free. It took his breath like a wall of an acid wind. Storms of rage lifted on that biting wind. Magic, then, he told her, will be your judge and executioner. Her eyes squeezed shut. Look at me. The sword's rage twisted through him, trying to carry him away with it. He fought to maintain his grip of control, as he always had to do when he held the fury unleashed. You will look into my eyes when I kill you. Her eyes opened, her brow wrinkled together, tears streaming down her cheeks. Any good she had done, any bravery in the face of danger, any sacrifice to her duty, had been stripped away in the face of her disgrace. She had been denied the honor of a death by her Aegil. For that and that alone she cried. Richard pressed the razor-sharp edge to his forearm, drawing for the blade its taste of blood. He brought the sword of truth to his forehead, touching the cold steel, the warm blood, to his flesh. He whispered his invocation. Blade, be true this day. This was the person who, for her presumption and but for luck, would have cost him Kahlan, cost him everything. She watched as the blade rose above him. She saw the fury, the righteous rage in his eyes. She saw the magic dancing there. She saw death dancing there. The knuckles of both fists were white as he gripped the hilt. He knew he couldn't deny the magic its will, if he was to have a chance. He loosed his wrath at this woman for abandoning her responsibility to protect Kahlan. Her arrogance could have ended Kahlan's life, ended his future, ended his reason for living. He had entrusted his dearest love to her care, and she had failed in her duty to honor his faith. He could have returned to find Kahlan dead because of this woman on her knees before him, for no other reason. Their eyes shared the madness of what they were doing, of what they each had become, of knowing that there was no other way for either of them. He committed to cleave her in two. The sword's wrath demanded it. He would accept no less. He envisioned it. He would have it. Her blood. With a scream of rage, with all his strength, with all his fury and anger, he swung the blade down toward her face. The sword's tip whistled. In every detail, he could see the light glint off the polished blade as it swept through a streamer of sunlight. He could see drops of his sweat sparkle in the sunlight as if frozen in space. He could have counted them. He could see where the blade would hit her. She could see where the blade was going to hit her. His muscles screamed with the effort as his lungs screamed with rage. Between her eyes, an inch from her flesh, the blade stopped as solidly as if it had thunked into an impenetrable wall. Sweat rolled down his face. His arms shook. The room echoed with the lingering sound of his cry of fury. At last, he withdrew the blade from over Kara. She stared up with big, round, unblinking eyes. She was panting in rapid, short breaths through her mouth. A long, low whine came from her throat. "There will be no execution," Richard said in a hoarse voice.
"How?" she whispered. "How could it do that? How could it stop like that?"
"I'm sorry, Kara, but the sword's magic has made the choice. It has chosen that you live. You will have to abide by its decision." Her eyes finally turned to look into his.
"You were going to do it. You were going to execute me."
He slid the sword slowly into its scabbard. "Yes."
"Then why am I not dead?"
"Because the magic decided otherwise. We can't question its judgment. We must abide by it." Richard had been reasonably sure that the sword's magic wouldn't harm Kara. The magic wouldn't let him harm one who was an ally. He had been counting on that. But there had been doubt. Kara had brought Kahlan within danger's grasp, though not intentionally. He wasn't entirely sure that doubt wouldn't cause the blade to take her. That was the way with the Sword of Truth's magic. One wasn't always entirely sure. Zed had told Richard when he had given him the sword that therein lay the danger. The sword destroyed an enemy and spared a friend, but the sword's magic worked as a result of the view of its holder, not the truth. Zed had told him that doubt could possibly cause the death of a friend or allow the escape of a foe. But he didn't know that if it was to work, he had to commit his entire being to the effort. Otherwise, Kara wouldn't believe the magic had spared her, and she would have credited it to him. Then she would have been obligated to do as she had promised. His insides felt as if they were twisted into knots. His knees trembled. He had been sucked into a world of dread. He hadn't been positive that it would work as he had planned. Worse, he wasn't entirely sure he hadn't made a mistake by sparing her. Richard cupped Kara's chin. "The Sword of Truth has made its choice. It chose for you to live, for you to have another chance. You must accept its decision." Kara nodded in his hand.
"Yes, Lord Ral."
He reached under her arm and helped her to her feet. He could hardly stand himself, and wondered if he had been in her place, if he would be able to get to his feet as steadily as she.
"I will do better in the future, Lord Ral."
Richard pulled her head to his shoulder and held her tight for a moment, something he had been aching to do. Her arms slipped around him in grateful surrender. "That's all I ask, Kara." As she headed for the door, Richard called her name. She turned back. "You still must be punished." Her eyes turned down.
"Yes, Lord Ral."
"Tomorrow afternoon, you will have to learn to feed chipmunks." Her gaze came back up.
"Lord Ral?"
"Do you wish to feed chipmunks?"
"No, Lord Ral."
"Then that's your punishment. Bring Berdine and Raina. They too are due some punishment." Richard closed the door after her, leaned against it, and shut his eyes. The inferno of the sword's rage had consumed his anger. He was left empty and weak. He shook so badly he could hardly stand. He was almost sick at the vivid memory of looking into her eyes as he brought the sword down with all his strength, expecting that he was going to kill her. He had been prepared for the spray of blood and bone, Kara's blood and bone, a person he cared about. He had done what he had to save her life. But at what cost? The prophecy reeled through his head, and the nausea took him to his knees in a flash of cold sweat and dread. Chapter 15. The soldiers he had stationed in the halls around the Mother Confessor's room stepped aside, each clapping a fist to the chainmail over his heart as Richard went by. He absently returned the salute as he swept past them, his gold cape billowing out behind. The soldiers crossed their pikes before the 3 moored Sith and 2 big bodyguards trailing him at a distance. When he had previously stationed the soldiers, he had given them a very short list of who was to be allowed through their positions. His 5 guards weren't on the list. He glanced back to see Agil come up into fists. He met Kara's eyes. The 3 moored Sith reluctantly released their weapons. His 5 guards backed away from the challenge and set up their own guard post beyond the soldiers. With a hand signal from Kara, Raina and Ulick swiftly disappeared back down the hall. No doubt she had sent them to find another way around to guard the opposite end of the hall. When he rounded the next-to-last corner before Kahlan's room, he saw Nadine sitting on a gilt-legged chair to the side of the hall. She was swinging her legs like a bored child waiting to go outside and play. When she saw him coming, she bounded up out of the chair. She looked scrubbed and fresh. Her thick hair glistened. His brow twitched. Her dress looked tighter than it had the day before. It seemed to fit closer to her ribs and hips, showing her alluring shape more than he remembered. He knew it was the same dress. He thought he must be imagining things. Seeing her figure displayed to such advantage reminded him that there had been a time. She schooled her enthusiasm, twisting a strand of hair with a finger as she affected a smile. Her delight at seeing him faltered as he approached. She took a step back toward the wall as he stopped before her. Nadine's gaze left his eyes. "Richard, good morning. I thought I heard someone say you were back already. She gestured toward Kahlan's room for an excuse to look away. "I came to see how Kahlan was doing this morning. I need to put on a new poultice. I was just waiting until I was sure she was up, and..." "Kahlan told me how you helped her." "Thanks, Nadine. I appreciate it more than you could know." She shrugged one shoulder. "We're Heartlanders, you and I." In the thick silence, she twisted a thread between her fingers. "Tommy and skinny Rita Wellington got married." Richard watched the top of her bowed head as she played with the thread. "I guess that was to be expected. That was what their parents wanted." Nadine didn't look up from her thread. "He beats the stuffing out of her. I had to give her poultices and herbs one time when he made her bleed. You know, down there. People say it's none of their business and pretend not to know it's happening." Richard wasn't sure what she was getting at. He certainly wasn't going back to Heartland to rattle a conscience into Tom Lancaster's head. Well, if he keeps at it, her brothers might end up giving him a lesson in cracked skulls. Nadine didn't look up. "That could have been me." She cleared her throat. "I could have been married to Tommy, crying to anyone who'd listen about how... Well, it could have been me. It could have been me pregnant, wondering if he'd beat me till I lost this one, too. I reckon I owe you, Richard. And you being a boy from Heartland and all, I just wanted to help if you were in trouble." She shrugged her one shoulder again. "Kahlan's real nice. Most women would have... I guess she's about the prettiest woman I ever saw. Nothing like me." "I never figured you owed me anything, Nadine. I'd have done the same no matter who Tom had caught alone that day. But you have my sincere gratitude for helping Kahlan." "Sure. I guess that was stupid of me to think you stopped him because..." Richard realized by the way she sounded on the verge of tears that he hadn't put it very well, so he laid a hand tenderly on her shoulder. "Nadine, you've grown into a beautiful woman, too." She peered up with a growing smile. "You think I'm beautiful?" She smoothed her blue dress at her hips. "I didn't dance with you at the Midsummer Festival because you were still clumsy little Nadine Brighton." She started winding the string again. "I liked dancing with you. You know, I carved the initials N.C. on my betrothal trunk for Nadine Cipher." "I'm sorry, Nadine. Michael is dead." She looked up with a frown. "Michael? No, that's not what it meant. It meant you." Richard decided that this conversation had gone far enough. He had more important things to worry about. "I'm Richard Rahl now. I can't live in the past. My future is with Kahlan. Nadine caught his arm as he started turning away.
I'm sorry. I know that. I know I made a big mistake. With Michael, I mean.
Richard caught himself just in time to bite off a caustic retort. What would be the purpose? I appreciate that you helped Kahlan. I suppose you'll want to be heading home. Tell everyone I'm well. I'll be back for a visit when...
Kahlan invited me to stay a while.
Richard was caught off guard. Kahlan had neglected to tell him that part of it. Oh. And you wish to stay for a day or two?
Sure. I thought I'd like that. I've never been away from home before. If it's all right with you, I mean. I wouldn't want to.
Richard gently pulled his arm from her hand. Fine. If she invited you, then it's fine with me. She brightened as if oblivious to the disapproval on his face.
Richard, did you see the moon last night? Everyone is abuzz about it. Did you see it? Was it as extraordinary, as remarkable as they say?
That and more, he whispered, his mood darkening. Before she could get in another word, he marched off. His soft knock on the door produced a rotund woman in a staff uniform. Her ruddy face peered out through the narrow crack.
Lord Rawl, Nancy is just helping the Mother Confessor get dressed. She'll be finished in a minute.
Dressed? He called to the closing door. The latch clicked into place. She's supposed to be in bed, he called through the heavy, ornately carved door. Getting no response, he decided to wait rather than cause a scene. Once, when he looked up, he saw Nadine peeking around the corner. Her head swiftly disappeared back around the corner. He paced before the door until the rubicund woman finally opened it wide and held an arm out in invitation. Richard stepped into the room, feeling as if he was entering another world. The Confessor's palace was a place of splendor, power, and history. But the Mother Confessor's quarters were the place that, more than anywhere else in the palace, reminded him that he was really just a woods guide. It made him feel out of his element. The Mother Confessor's rooms were a majestic, quiet sanctuary befitting the woman to whom knelt kings and queens. If Richard had seen this room before he came to know Kahlan, he wondered if he would have ever had the nerve to speak to her. Even now, it embarrassed him to recall teaching her to build snares and dig roots when he didn't know who or what she was. It made him smile, though, to remember her eagerness to learn. He was thankful he had come to know the woman before he came to understand the post she filled and the magic she wielded. He thanked the good spirits she had come into his life and prayed she would be a part of it forever. She meant everything to him. The 3 marble fireplaces in the Mother Confessor's sitting room were ablaze. The heavy drapes on the 10-foot-tall windows hung open slightly, forming tall slits, letting in only enough light, muted by the sheer panels behind, to make lamps unnecessary. He guessed that bright sunlight was inappropriate in a sanctuary. There were only a few houses in Heartland that wouldn't fit in this room alone. On a glossy, gold-embellished mahogany table to the side sat a silver tray with tea, soup, biscuits, sliced pears, and brown bread. None of it had been touched. The sight reminded him that he hadn't eaten since noon the day before, but failed to summon his appetite. The 3 women in crisp gray dresses with white lace collars and cuffs watched him expectantly, as if waiting to see if he would dare to simply walk in on the Mother Confessor or fall into a show of some other scandalous behavior. Richard glanced at the door at the far end of the room, his sense of propriety making him ask the obvious, "Is she dressed?" The one who had cracked the door before reddened. "I wouldn't have let you in, sir, had she not been." Of course. He headed soundlessly across the plush, dark-hued carpets. He stopped and turned back. They watched like 3 owls. "Thank you, ladies, that will be all." They bowed and reluctantly took their leave. He realized, as the last one stole a quick glance over her shoulder while pulling the door closed, that they probably considered it the height of indecency for a man engaged to a woman to be alone with her in her bedroom. Doubly so for the Mother Confessor. Richard forced out an annoyed breath. Whenever he was anywhere near the Mother Confessor's rooms, some member of the staff always managed to show up every other minute checking to see if she needed anything. The variety of things they suspected she might be needing never failed to surprise him. He sometimes expected one of them to come right out and ask her if she might need her virtue protected. Outside her rooms, the staff was friendly, even joking with him when he put them at ease or helped them carry things. A few were afraid of him. but not in her rooms. In her rooms, they all turned into bold, protective mother hawks. Inside the bedroom, against the far paneled wall, stood the huge bed, its 4 great dark polished posts rising up like columns before a palace. The thick embroidered bed cover cascaded down the sides of the bed like a colorful waterfall frozen in place. A slash of sunlight cut across the dark, sumptuous carpets and over the lower half of the bed. Richard remembered Kahlan describing her bed to him, telling him how she couldn't wait to have him in it when they were married. He very much wanted to be in bed with her. It had been since that night between the worlds that he had been alone with her in that way, but he had to admit that he was intimidated by that bed of hers. He thought he might lose her in it. She had promised there would be no chance of that. Kahlan was standing at the row of glassed doors before the expansive balcony, looking out past the open curtain. She was staring out over the stone railings and up toward the keep on the mountainside. The sight of her in her satiny white dress, flowing smoothly over her ravishing curves, with her dazzling mane cascading down her back, nearly took his breath. The sight of her made him ache. He decided that the bed would be just fine. When he tenderly touched her shoulder, she started. She turned, a beaming smile on her face, as she looked up at him. "I thought you were Nancy. Come back in." "What do you mean you thought I was Nancy? You didn't know it was me?" "How would I know it was you?" He shrugged. "Because I always can tell when it's you who's walked into a room. I don't have to see you." Her brow furrowed in disbelief. "You cannot." "Of course I can." "How?" "You have a unique fragrance. I know the sounds you make, the sound of your breathing, the way you move, the way you pause. They're all unique to you." Her frown grew. "You're not kidding? You mean it? You're serious?" "Of course. Can't you tell me by those things?" "No." "But I guess you've spent much of your life in the woods, watching, smelling, listening." She slipped her good arm around his. "I still don't know if I believe you." "Then test me sometime." Richard stroked his fingers down her hair. "How are you feeling? How's your arm?" "I'm all right. It's not so bad. Not as bad as that time Elder Toffelar cut me. Remember? That was worse than this." He nodded. "What are you doing out of bed? You were told to rest." She pushed at his stomach. "Stop, I'm fine." She looked him up and down. "And you look more than fine. I can't believe you had that made for me. You look magnificent, Lord Rowell." Richard tenderly met her lips. She tried to pull him into a more passionate kiss, but he pulled back. "I'm afraid I'll hurt you," he said. "Richard, I'm fine, really. I was exhausted before because I used my power along with all the rest of it. People mistook that for me being hurt worse than I was." He appraised her for a long moment before bending to the kind of kiss he had been longing to give her. "That's better," she breathed on parting. She pushed back. "Richard, did you see Kara? You left so quickly, and you had that look in your eye. I didn't have time to really talk to you. It wasn't her fault." "I know. You told me." "You didn't yell at her, did you?" "We had a talk." She squinted. "Talk? What did she have to say for herself? She didn't try to tell you that she was—" "What's Nadine still doing here?" She was looking at him. She snatched his wrist. "Richard, you have blood on you. Your arm." She looked up in alarm. "What did you do? Richard, you didn't hurt her, did you?" She lifted his arm higher into the light. "Richard, this looks like when you—" She seized his shirt. "You didn't hurt her? Tell me that you didn't hurt her." She wanted to be executed. She gave me the choice of doing it, or she would. So I used the sword, like that time with the Mud People elders. "She's all right? She's all right, isn't she?" "She's all right." Kahlan, concern in her expression, looked into his eyes. "And you? Are you all right?" "I've been better. Kahlan, what is Nadine still doing here?" "She's just staying for a visit, that's all. Have you met Dreffin yet?" Richard held her away when she moved to lay her head to his chest. "What is she doing here? Why did you invite her to stay?" "Richard, I had to. Trouble from Shota isn't so easily dismissed. You ought to know that. We have to know what's going on before we can do something to make sure Shota can't cause us trouble." Richard went to the glassed door and stared out at the mountain towering over the city. The wizard's keep stared back. "I don't like it. Not one bit." Neither do I, she said from behind him. Richard, she helped me. I didn't think she would have the guts to keep her head, but she did. She's confused by all this, too. Something more than we're seeing is going on, and we have to use our heads, not hide under the blankets. He heaved a sigh. I still don't like it, but you have a point. I only marry smart women. He could hear Kahlan absently smooth her dress behind him. The fragrance of her calmed him. I can see why you liked her. She's a lovely woman, besides being a healer. It must have hurt you. The keep seemed to absorb the morning sunlight in its dark stone. He should go up there. What must have hurt me? When you caught her kissing Michael. She told me how you caught her kissing your brother. Richard wheeled around, staring in slack-jawed disbelief. She told you what? Kahlan gestured back toward the door, as if Nadine might appear to speak for herself. She said that you caught her kissing your brother. Kissing him? That's what she said. Richard turned his glare back to the window. Did she now? Page 126. What was she doing then? You mean you caught... Kahlan, we have 16 men who died down by the pit last night, and a dozen more who may not live the day. I've got guards I can't trust to protect the woman I love. We've got a witch woman who has made it her life's mission to cause us trouble. We've got Jagang sending us messages in walking dead men. We've got a Sister of the Dark loose somewhere. We've got half the army in Aidendrill sick and unable to fight if they have to. We've got representatives waiting to see us. I've got a half-brother I never knew I had downstairs under guard. I think we have more important things to discuss than Nadine's difficulty with the truth. Kahlan's green eyes watched him tenderly for a moment. That bad. Now I understand what put that look in your eyes. Remember what you told me one time. Never let a beautiful woman pick your path for you when there's a man in her line of sight. She put a hand over his shoulder. Nadine isn't picking my path. I asked her to stay for my own reasons. Nadine sticks to what she wants like a hound on scent, but I'm not talking about Nadine. I'm talking about Shota. She's pointing down a path and you're walking right down it. We have to find out what's down that path, and Shota's reasons for pointing to it. Richard turned back to the glassed door. I want to know what else Marlin, Jagang, had to say. Every word. I want you to try to remember every word. Why don't you just yell at me and get it over with? I don't want to yell at you. You scared me to death going down there. I just want to hold you, to protect you. I want to marry you. He turned back and looked into her green eyes. I think I have a way for it to work. With the mud people, I mean. She stepped closer. Really? How? First, you tell me everything Jagang said. Richard idly watched the keep as she went through the whole story. How Jagang said he watched the Ja-La game, and that in his native tongue the name meant the game of life. That he wanted to witness the glory of what Marlin had done. How he wanted Sister Amelia to return to him before he revealed himself. That he had found prophecies other than those Richard had destroyed, and that he had invoked one called a bound fork prophecy. That's all I remember, she said. Why are you watching the keep so intently? I'm wondering why Sister Amelia went there, and what Marlin was going to do there. Any ideas? No. Jagang wouldn't say. Richard, have you seen the prophecy in the pit? His stomach roiled. Yes. And? What does it say? I don't know. I'll have to translate it. Richard Rahl, you may be able to tell it's me who has walked into a room without seeing me, but I can tell when you're not telling me the truth without even having to look into your eyes. Richard couldn't manage to smile. Prophecies are more complicated than their words. You know that. Just hearing their words doesn't mean it's what it sounds like. Besides, just because Jagang found a prophecy, that doesn't mean he can invoke it. Well, that's all true enough. I told him as much myself. He said that proof he had invoked the prophecy would come on a red moon. Not much chance of that. Richard spun around. What did you say? You didn't tell me that before. What did Jagang say? Her face paled. I forgot until you said. I told Jagang that I didn't believe him about invoking the prophecy. He said that proof would come on the red moon. Richard, do you know what that means? Richard's tongue felt thick. He made himself blink.
The moon was red last night. I've been outdoors my whole life. I've never seen anything even remotely like it. It was like looking at the moon through a glass of red wine. It gave me goosebumps. That was why I came back early. Richard, what did the prophecy say? Tell me. He stared at her, trying to think of a lie he could make her believe. He couldn't. It said, he whispered, on the red moon will come the firestorm. The one bonded to the blade will watch as his people die. If he does nothing, then he and all those he loves will die in its heat, for no blade forged of steel or conjured of sorcery can touch this foe. Silence rang through the still room. Kahlan's face was white. What's the rest of it? Jagang said it was a bound fork prophecy. What's the rest of it? Her voice broke. The other fork. You tell me, Richard. Don't you lie to me. We're in this together. If you love me, then you tell me. Dear spirits, let her hear the words and not my dread. Let me at least spare her that. His left hand clutched the hilt of his sword. The raised letters of the word truth bit into his flesh. He blinked his vision clear. Show no fear. To quench the inferno, he must seek the remedy in the wind. Lightning will find him on that path, for the one in white, his true beloved, will betray him in her blood. Chapter 16. Kahlan could feel tears falling down her cheeks. Richard, she sucked back a sob. Richard, you know I would never... You don't believe I could ever... I swear on my life I would never... You have to believe me. He swept her into his arms as she lost control over a wail of anguish. Richard, she sobbed against his chest. I would never betray you, not for anything in this world. Not to spare myself eternal torment in the underworld at the Keeper's hands. I know. Of course I know that. You know as well as I that you can't understand a prophecy by its words. Don't let it hurt you. That's what Jagang wants. He doesn't even know what it means. He just put it down there because the words sounded like what he wanted to hear. But She couldn't halt her weeping. Shh. His big hand held her head against him. The terror of the night before and the worst terror of the prophecy came out in uncontrollable tears. She had never cried in the face of battle, but in the safety of his arms she couldn't control herself. She was swept away by a flood of tears no less powerful than the torrent in the drainage tunnel. Kahlan, don't let yourself believe it. Please don't. But it says... I will... Listen to me. Didn't I tell you not to go down there to question Marlin? Didn't I tell you that I would do it when I got back, and that it was dangerous, and I didn't want you down there? Yes, but I was afraid for you, and I just wanted... You went against my wishes. No matter your reason. You went against my wishes, didn't you? She nodded against him. That could be the betrayal in the prophecy. You were wounded, you were bleeding, you betrayed me, and you had blood on you, your blood. I wouldn't call what I did a betrayal. I was doing it for you because I love you, and I was afraid for you. But don't you see? The words of prophecy don't always work the way they sound. At the palace of the prophets in the old world, both Warren and Nathan warned me that prophecies aren't meant to be understood by the words. The words are only obliquely connected to the prophecy. But I don't see how... I'm just saying that it could be something as simple as that. You can't let a prophecy gain control of your fears. Don't let it. Zed told me that, too. He said that there were prophecies about me that he wouldn't tell me because the words weren't to be trusted. He said you were right to ignore the words of prophecy. But this is different, Richard. This says I will betray you. I already told you how it could be something simple. Lightning isn't simple. Being struck by lightning is a symbol for being killed, if not an outright declaration of the manner of your death. The prophecy says I will betray you, and because of that you will die. I don't believe it. Kahlan, I love you. I know it isn't possible. You wouldn't betray me and bring me harm. You wouldn't. Kahlan clutched his shirt as she gasped a sob. That's why Shota sent Nadine. She wants you to marry someone else because she knows I will be the death of you. Shota is trying to save you from me. She thought that once before, and she turned out to be wrong. Remember? If Shota had had her way, we wouldn't have been able to stop Darken Ral. He would rule us all right now, if we had given in to her reading of the future. Prophecy is no different. Richard gripped her shoulders and held her at arm's length so that he could look into her eyes. Do you love me? His grip on her wounded shoulder made it sing with pain, but she refused to pull away from his touch. More than life itself. Then trust in me. I won't let it destroy us, I promise. It will all fall into place for the best in the end. You'll see. We can't think of the solution if we're focused on the problem. She wiped at her eyes. He sounded so sure of himself. His confidence calmed her and bolstered her spirit. You're right, I'm sorry. Do you want to marry me? Of course. But I don't see how we can leave our responsibility for such a long time to travel. The Sliff. She blinked. What? The Sliff up in the Wizard's Keep. I've been thinking about it. We traveled all the way to the old world and back in her, with her magic, and it took less than a day each way. I can wake the Sliff, and we can travel in her. But she would take us to the old world, to the city of Tanamura. Jagang is somewhere near Tanamura. That's still a lot closer to the Mud People than Aidendrill is. Besides, I think the Sliff can go other places, too. She asked me where I wish to travel. That means she can go other places. Maybe she can get us a lot closer than Tanamura. Kahlan, her tears forgotten at the prospect of her wedding being possible, glanced up at the keep. We might be able to go to the Mud People, be married, and be back in a matter of a few days. We could be gone that long, surely. Richard smiled as his arm circled her from behind. Surely. Kahlan wiped the last of the tears away as she turned in his arms. How do you always manage to figure things out? He nodded toward her bed. I had a great deal of motivation. Kahlan, a grin spreading on her face, was just about to reward him with something positively indecent when there was a knock at the door. It immediately opened without benefit of an answer. Nancy stuck her head in. Are you all right, Mother Confessor? She glanced meaningfully to Richard. Yes, what is it? Lady Nadine is asking if she could change the poultice. Is she now? Kahlan said in a dark tone. Yes, Mother Confessor. But if you are indisposed, I could ask her to wait until... Send her in, then, Richard said. Nancy hesitated. We will have to take the top of your dress down, Mother Confessor, to get at the bandage. It's all right, Richard whispered in Kahlan's ear. I have to go talk to Berdine. I have some work for her. I hope it doesn't involve horse manure. Richard smiled. No, I want her to work on Kolo's journal. Why? He kissed the top of her head. Knowledge is a weapon. I intend to be formidably armed. He glanced to Nancy. Need me to help with her dress? Nancy managed to scowl and turn red at the same time. I guess that means you will manage. At the door, he turned back to Kahlan. I'll wait until Nadine's finished with you, and then we better go see this Dreffen fellow. I have a task for him. I'd like you to be with me. When he had closed the door, Nancy brushed back her short brown hair and moved around behind Kahlan to help with her dress. Your Mother Confessor's dress, the one you were wearing yesterday, was ruined beyond repair. I expected as much. Confessors had a collection of dresses, all the same. Confessors all wore black dresses. Only the Mother Confessor wore white. She thought about the blue wedding dress she would wear. Nancy, do you remember when your husband was courting you? Nancy paused. Yes, Mother Confessor. Then you must know how it would have made you feel if someone were to keep popping in on you when you were alone with him. Nancy eased the dress over Kahlan's shoulder. Mother Confessor, I was never allowed to be alone with him until we were married. I was young and ignorant. My parents were right to watch over me and the impulses of youth. Nancy, I'm a grown woman. I'm the Mother Confessor. I can't have you and the other women popping your heads into my room whenever Richard is with me. Ow! Sorry, that was my fault. It isn't proper, Mother Confessor. That's for me to decide. If you say so, Mother Confessor. Kahlan held her arm out as Nancy slipped the sleeve over her hand. I say so. Nancy glanced to the bed. You were conceived in that bed. Who knows how many Mother Confessors before you conceived their daughters in that bed? It holds a legacy of tradition.
Only wedded mother-confessors took their men to that bed to conceive a child. And not one of them because of love. I was not conceived through love, Nancy. My child, if I have one, will be. All the more reason that it should be by the grace of the good spirits, in the sanctity of marriage. Kahlan didn't say that the good spirits had taken them to a place between worlds to sanctify their union. The good spirits know what's in our hearts. There is no one else for either of us, nor will there ever be. Nancy busied herself at the bandage. And you are eager to get to it, like my daughter and her young man are. If Nancy only knew how eager. That's not it. I'm just saying that I don't want you coming in on me when Richard is here with me. We will be wedded soon. We are irreversibly committed to one another. There is more to being in love than just jumping into bed, you know. Like just being close in one another's arms. Can you understand? I can't very well kiss my future husband and have my injuries comforted by him if you keep popping your head in every 2 minutes, now can I? No, Mother Confessor. Nadine knocked at the open door. May I come in? Yes, of course. Here, set your bag on the bed. I can manage now, Nancy. Thank you. With a deprecating shake of her head, Nancy shut the door behind herself. Nadine sat on the bed next to Kahlan and worked at finishing unwrapping the bandage. Kahlan frowned at Nadine's dress. Nadine, that dress. It is the same one you were wearing yesterday, isn't it? Sure. It seems... Nadine looked down at herself. The ladies washed it for me, but it's... Oh, I know what you're talking about. It was torn in the tunnels when we went for a swim. Some of the fabric at the seams was ruined, so I had to take it in to save it. I haven't had much appetite since I left home, thinking about... what with my travels, I was busy, and I've slimmed down a bit, so I was able to take in the seams and save the dress. It's not too tight, it's fine. In view of your aid, I will see to it that you get another dress that would be more comfortable. No, this one's fine. I see. Well, your cut looks no worse this morning. That's encouraging. She carefully wiped at the old poultice. I saw Richard on the way out. He looked upset. You two haven't had a fight, I hope. Kahlan's forbearance evaporated. No. He was upset because of something else. Nadine paused at her work. She turned to her bag and brought back a horn. The fragrance of pine pitch filled the air when she opened it. Kahlan winced as Nadine dabbed on the poultice. When she was satisfied, she began winding the bandage back around Kahlan's arm. There's no need to be embarrassed, Nadine said in a casual tone. Lovers sometimes have spats. They don't always end a relationship. I'm sure Richard will come to his senses, eventually. Actually, Kahlan said, I told him that I understood about you and him, about what happened. That was why he was so upset. Nadine's rapping slowed. What do you mean? I told him what you said about letting him catch you kissing his brother. The little shove you gave him, remember? Nadine brought the tails of the bandage around, her fingers suddenly working swiftly at tying them. Oh, that. Yes, that. Nadine avoided looking up. She slipped the sleeve of the dress over Kahlan's hand. As soon as she had pulled the dress up over Kahlan's shoulder, she dropped the horn back in her bag. That should do it. I should replace the poultice later today. Kahlan watched as Nadine hefted her bag and scurried for the door. Kahlan called her name. Nadine reluctantly paused and turned partway back. Seems you lied to me. Richard told me what really happened. Nadine's freckles vanished in a crimson glow. Kahlan stood and gestured toward a tufted velvet chair. Care to set things right? To tell me your side of it? Nadine stood woodenly for a moment, then sank into the chair. She folded her hands in her lap and stared down at them. I told you I had to give him a shove. You call that a shove? Nadine turned even redder. Well, she flicked a hand. I knew how boys lost their heads over their lust. I figured that was my best chance of getting him to lay claim to me. Kahlan was confused, but she didn't let it show. Seems it would have been a little late for that. Well, not necessarily. I was bound to end up with one of them when I let Richard catch me like that, naked atop Michael, having a good time of it. Michael was game for me, that was for sure. Kahlan's brow rose. How did you figure that? I had it worked out. Richard would come in behind me. He'd see me on Michael's lance, crying out with the pleasure of it, and he'd be taken with lust by the sight and by my willingness. Then he'd lose his head, his inhibition, and at last he'd have to have me too. Kahlan stared dumbly. How was that going to get you Richard? Nadine cleared her throat. Well, it was like this. I figured that Richard would enjoy having me. I'd make sure of that. Then I'd tell him no the next time he wanted me, and he'd want me so much after he'd had a sampling that he'd claim me. If Michael wanted to claim me too, then it's my choice, and I'd choose Richard. If Richard didn't claim me and I got pregnant, then I'd say it was his, and he'd marry me because it could be his. If I didn't get pregnant, and he wouldn't claim me, well, then there was still Michael. I figured second best was better than none. Kahlan didn't know what had happened. Richard hadn't said. She feared Nadine would stop her story right there. Kahlan couldn't very well admit she didn't know what happened next, and worse, she feared to hear just how successful Nadine's bizarre plan had been. In the first version, the kissing version, Richard had turned away, but Kahlan now knew that version wasn't true. She watched the vein in the side of Nadine's neck throb. Kahlan folded her arms and waited. At last, Nadine collected her voice and continued. Well, that was my plan anyway. It seemed to make sense. I figured I'd get Richard out of it at best, and Michael at worst. It didn't work the way I thought. Richard walked in and froze. I smiled over my shoulder. I invited him to come join the fun, or else to come to me later and I'd see to him too. Kahlan held her breath. That was the first time I saw that look in Richard's eyes. He didn't say a word. He just turned and walked out. Nadine stuck a hand in under the hair hanging around her face and wiped it across her nose as she sniffled. I thought I'd at least have Michael. He laughed at me when I told him he'd claimed me. He just laughed. He never wanted to be with me again after that. He'd gotten what he wanted. I was no use to him after that. He moved on to other girls. But if you were willing to... Dear spirits, why didn't you simply seduce Richard? Because I was worried he might expect that and have his resistance built up for it. I wasn't the only girl he danced with. I was afraid he wouldn't want to commit, and that if I simply tried to seduce him, he might be ready for that and turn me down. I'd heard a rumor that Bess Prater tried that. It didn't seem to have worked for her. I was afraid it wouldn't be enough of a shove. I figured that jealousy would be the thing that pushed him off the fence. I figured my plan would take him by such surprise that he'd just lose his head with jealousy and lust, and then I'd have him. I've heard tell there's nothing more powerful in a man than jealousy and lust. With both hands, Nadine pushed her hair back on her head. I can't believe Richard told you. I didn't think he would ever tell anyone. He didn't, Kahlan whispered. Richard only stared at me when I told him that you said he caught you kissing his brother. He didn't tell me the story. You just did that all by yourself. Nadine's face sank into her hands. You may have grown up with Richard, but you don't know him. Dear spirits, you didn't know the first thing about him. It might have worked. You don't know as much as you think. Richard is just a boy from Heartland who never had anything, and has had his head turned by fine things and people doing his bidding. That's why it might have worked, because he just wants what he sees. I was just trying to make him see what I have to offer. Kahlan's head throbbed. She pinched the bridge of her nose as she shut her eyes. Nadine, as the good spirits are my witness, you have got to be just about the stupidest woman I have ever met. Nadine sprang up from the chair. You think I'm so stupid? You love him. You want him. She jabbed her finger at her own chest. You know how it feels in here to want him. I wanted him no less than you. If you had to, you would do the same thing. Right now, as well as you know him, you'd do the same if you thought it was your only chance. Your only chance. Tell me you wouldn't. Nadine, Kahlan said in a calm voice, you don't know the first thing about love. Love isn't about taking what you want. It's about wanting happiness for the one you love. Nadine leaned in with a venomous expression. You'd do the same as I did if you had to. The words of the prophecy whispered through Kahlan's head. Lightning will find him on that path, for the one in white, his true beloved, will betray him. You're wrong, Nadine, I wouldn't. Not for anything in this world would I chance hurting Richard. Not for anything. I would live a life of lonely misery before I would hurt him. I would even let you have him before I would hurt him. Chapter 17. A breathless, beaming Berdine lurched to a halt as Kahlan watched Nadine storm off down the hall. Mother Confessor, Lord Rahl wants me to stay up all night and do work for him. Isn't that wonderful? Kahlan's brow twitched. If you say so, Berdine. Grinning, Berdine ran on down the hall in the direction Nadine had gone. Richard was talking to a knot of soldiers just up the hall in the other direction. Beyond the soldiers, a ways further up the hall, Kara and Egan stood watching. When Richard saw Kahlan, he left the guards and came to meet her. When he was close enough, she twisted a fistful of his shirt and pulled him close. Answer me one thing, Richard Rahl, she hissed through gritted teeth. What's that? Richard asked in innocent bewilderment. Why did you ever dance with that whore? Kahlan, I've never heard you use such language. Richard glanced down the hall in the direction Nadine had gone. How did you get her to tell you? I tricked her into it. Richard smiled a sly smile. You told her that I told you the story, didn't you? His smile widened when she nodded. I've been a bad influence on you, he said. Richard, I'm sorry I asked her to stay. I didn't know. If I ever get my hands on Shota, I'm going to strangle her. Forgive me for asking Nadine to stay. Nothing to forgive. My emotions just got in the way of seeing that. You were right to ask her to stay. Richard, are you sure? Shota and the prophecy both mentioned the wind. Nadine plays some part in this. She has to stay for now. I'd better have her guarded so she doesn't leave. We don't need guards. Nadine won't leave. How can you be so sure? Vultures don't give up. They circle as long as they think there are bones to pick. Kahlan looked back down the empty hall. She actually had the nerve to tell me that I would do what she had done if I had to. I feel a bit sorry for Nadine. She has a lot of good in her, too, but I doubt she will ever truly experience love. Kahlan felt the heat of him at her back. How could Michael do that to you? How could you ever have forgiven him? He was my brother, Richard whispered. I would have forgiven anything he did against me. Someday I will stand before the good spirits. I didn't want to give them a reason to say I was no better. It was what he did to others that I couldn't forgive. She put a comforting hand to his arm. I guess I see why you want me to go with you to meet Dreffin. The spirits tested you with Michael. I think you will find Dreffin a better brother. He may be a bit arrogant, but he's a healer. Besides, it would be hard to find two that wicked. Nadine is a healer, too. Not compared to Dreffin. His talent borders on magic. Do you think he wields magic? I don't think so, but I have no way of telling. I will know. If he does have magic, I will know. Guards at their post near the Mother Confessor's room saluted after Richard gave them instructions. Kahlan walked close at his side as they moved on down the hall. Kara stood up straighter when Richard paused before her. Even Egan perked up expectantly. Kahlan thought Kara looked tired and miserable. Kara, Richard finally said, I'm going to see this healer who helped you. I hear he's another bastard son of Dark and Rahl like me. Why don't you come along? I wouldn't mind having a friend with me. Kara's brow wrinkled together in near tears. If you wish, Lord Rahl. I wish. You too, Egan. Egan, I told the soldiers that you all are permitted to pass. Go get Raina and Ulick and bring them along, too. Right behind you, Lord Rahl, Egan said with a rare smile. Where did you ask Dreffin to wait? Kahlan asked. I told the guards to take him to a guest room in the southeast wing. The opposite end of the palace? Why all the way over there? Richard gave her an unreadable look. Because I wanted him to remain here under guard, and that's as far from your rooms as I could get him. Kara was still wearing her red leather. She hadn't had time to change. The soldiers guarding the southeast wing of the Confessor's palace saluted with fists to hearts and moved aside for Richard, Kahlan, Ulick, Egan, and Raina in her brown leather, but they backed away an extra step for Kara. No Daharan wanted the attention of a moored Sith in red leather. After the brisk march across the palace, they all came to a halt before a simple door flanked by leather and muscles and steel. Richard absently lifted his sword and let it drop back, checking that it was clear in its scabbard. I think he's more afraid than you, Kahlan whispered up to him. He's a healer. He said he came to help you. He showed up to help on the same day as Nadine and Marlin. I don't believe in coincidence." Kahlan recognized the look in his eyes. He was bleeding a lethal flux of magic from his sword without even touching it. Every inch of him, every ripple of hard muscle, every fluid movement bespoke the calm, coiling death. Without knocking, Richard threw open the door and stepped into the small, windowless room. Sparsely furnished with a bed, small table, and 2 simple wooden chairs, it was one of the more utilitarian guest rooms. To the side, the eyes of nuts in a plain pine wardrobe watched them. A small brick hearth provided a modicum of heat to the chill, scented air. Holding Richard's left arm from a half-step behind, knowing better than to get in the way of his sword, Kahlan stayed close. Ulick and Egan stepped to each side, their blonde hair nearly brushing the low ceiling. Kara and Raina swept around them, screening Richard and Kahlan. Dreffin knelt before the table against the far wall. Dozens of candles were set randomly about the table. At the sound of all the commotion, he rose smoothly to his feet and turned. His blue-eyed gaze took in Richard, as if no one else had entered the room with him. Each absorbed in silent thoughts she could only imagine, they appraised one another. And then Dreffin went to his knees, putting his forehead to the floor. "Master All, guide us. Master All, teach us. Master All, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Kahlan saw Richard's 2 huge bodyguards and both moored Sith almost drop reflexively to their knees to join in the devotion to the Master of Dahara. She had seen countless Daharans in Aidendril give the devotion. She had stood at Richard's side when the Sisters of the Light had knelt and sworn fidelity to him. Richard had told her that at the People's Palace in Dahara, when Dark and Ral had been there, everyone went to devotion squares twice a day, for 2 hours each time, and said those same words over and over while touching foreheads to the tiled floors. Dreffin stood once more, assuming a relaxed, self-assured stance. He was dressed nobly in a ruffled white shirt open to mid-chest, high boots turned down just below his knees, and tight, dark trousers that displayed enough of the swell of his manhood that Kahlan could feel her cheeks flush. He forced her eyes to move. She could see at least 4 leather pouches attached to his wide leather belt, their flaps held closed with carved bone pins. Draped loosely over his shoulders was the simple flaxen cloak she had seen him in before. The same height and build as Richard, and with the handsome cast of Dark and Ral's features, he cut a striking figure. His tumble-down blonde hair made his tanned face look all the better. Kahlan couldn't help staring at the flesh and blood twist of Richard and Dark and Ral. Richard gestured toward all the candles. "What's this?" Dreffin's blue-eyed gaze stayed locked on Richard. "I was praying, Lord Ral, making my peace with the good spirits, should I be joining them this day." There was no timidity in his voice. It was a simple, self-confident statement of fact. Richard's chest grew with a deep breath. He let it out. "Kara, you stay. Raina, Ulick, Egan, please wait outside." He glanced at them as they were leaving. "Me first." They returned grim nods. It was a code. If Richard didn't come out of the room first, then Dreffin died on his way out, a precaution Kahlan used herself. "I am Dreffin, Lord Ral. At your service, should you find me worthy." He bowed his head to Kahlan. "Mother Confessor." "What did you mean about joining the good spirits?" Richard asked. Dreffin slid his hands into the opposite sleeves of the cloak. "There is a bit of a story to it, Lord Ral." "Take your hands out of your sleeves and then tell me the story." Dreffin pulled his hands out. "Story." He lifted his cloak back with a little finger to reveal the long, thin-bladed knife sheathed at his belt. He pulled the knife free with one finger and a thumb, flipped it in the air, and caught it by the point. "Forgive me. I meant to set it aside before your visit." Without turning, he tossed the knife over his shoulder. The knife stuck solidly in the wall. He bent, pulled a heavier knife from his boot, and tossed that over his shoulder with his other hand as he straightened, sticking it, too, in the wall an inch from the first. He reached behind his back, under the cloak, and came out with a wickedly curved blade. Without looking, he stuck it, too, in the wall behind, between the 2 blades already there. "Any other weapons?" Richard asked in a businesslike manner. Dreffin spread his arms. My hands, Lord Rawl, and my knowledge. He continued to hold his hands out. Though even my hands wouldn't be quick enough to defeat your magic, Lord Rawl. Please search my person to assure yourself that I am otherwise unarmed. Richard didn't act on the offer. So what's the story? I am the bastard son of Darken Rawl. As am I, Richard said. Not exactly. You are the gifted heir of Darken Rawl. A distinct difference, Lord Rawl. Gifted? Darken Rawl raped my mother. I have often had reason to consider my magic a curse. Dreffin nodded deferentially. As you would have it, Lord Rawl. But Darken Rawl didn't view offspring the way you seem to. To him, there was his heir, and there were weeds. You are his heir. I am but one of his weeds. Formalities associated with conception were irrelevant to the master of Dahara. Women were simply there to bring him pleasure and to grow his seed. Ones who conceived inferior fruit, those without the gift, were barren soil in his eyes. Even your mother, having produced his prized fruit, would have been no more important to him than the dirt in his most coveted orchard. Kahlan squeezed Richard's hand. Kara told me much the same. She said that Darken Rawl, that he eliminated those he found without the gift. Richard stiffened. He killed my siblings? Yes, Lord Rawl, Kara said. Not in a methodical fashion, but rather on whim or ill mood. I don't know anything about his other children. I didn't even know he was my father until last autumn. How is it that you're alive? He asked Dreffin. My mother wasn't... Dreffin paused, searching for an inoffensive way to put it. She wasn't treated as unfortunately as your cherished mother, Lord Rawl. My mother was a woman of ambition and cupidity. She saw our father as a means to gain status. As I have heard it told, she was fair of face and figure, and was one of a few who was called to his bed repeatedly. Most were not. Apparently, she succeeded in cultivating his appetite for her charm. To put it bluntly, she was a talented whore. She hoped to be the one who bore him a gifted heir, so as to raise her status in his eyes to something more. She failed. Dreffin's cheeks mantled. She had me. That may be a failure in her eyes, Richard said in a quiet tone, but not in the eyes of the good spirit. You are no less than I in their eyes. The corners of Dreffin's mouth curled in a small smile. Thank you, Lord Rawl. Very magnanimous of you to cede to the good spirits that which was always there. Not all men do. In your wisdom, we are humble, he quoted from the devotion. Dreffin was managing to be courteously respectful without being servile. He seemed honestly deferential, but without losing his air of nobility. Unlike the way he had been in the pit, he was scrupulously polite, but he nonetheless exuded the bearing of a Rawl. No amount of bowing could alter his aplomb. Like Richard, he carried himself with inherent authority. So what happened then? Dreffin took a deep breath. She took me as an infant to a wizard to have me tested for the gift, hoping to present Darken Rawl with the gifted heir that would bring her riches, station, and the fawning adoration of Darken Rawl. Did I also mention that she was a fool? Richard didn't answer, and Dreffin went on. The wizard broke the bad news to her. I was born without the gift. Instead of bearing a path to a life of ease, she had given birth to a liability. Darken Rawl was known to pull the intestines out of such women, an inch at a time. Obviously, Richard said, you managed not to draw his attention. Why not? My dear mother was responsible for that. She knew that she might be able to raise me, and never be noticed by him, never be killed. But she also knew it would be a hard life of hiding and worry over every knock at the door. Instead, she took me, when I was but an infant, to a remote community of healers, hoping that they would raise me in anonymity so that my father would have no reason to come to know of me and kill me. That must have been hard for her to do, Kahlan said. His piercing blue eyes turned on her. For her grief, she prescribed herself a potent cure, which was in turn provided by the healer. Henbane. Henbane.
Richard said in a flat tone. Henbane is poison. Yes, it acts quickly, but has the unfortunate quality of being exquisitely painful at its task. These healers provided her with poison? Richard asked incredulously. Dreffin's raptor gaze, shadowed with admonition, returned to Richard. The calling of a healer is to provide the remedy that is warranted. Sometimes the remedy is death. That doesn't fit my definition of healer, Richard said, returning the raptor gaze in kind. A person who is dying with no hope of recovery and in great suffering can be no better served than by the benevolent act of assisting them in ending their suffering. Your mother wasn't dying with no hope of recovery. Had Darkenrahl found her, her suffering would have been profound, to say the least. I don't know how much you knew about our father, but he was known for his inventiveness at giving pain and making it last. She lived in shuddering fear of that fate. She was driven nearly insane with dread. She fell to tears at every shadow. The healers could do nothing to prevent that fate, to protect her from Darkenrahl. Had Darkenrahl wanted to find her, he would have. Had she remained with the healers and been found, he would have slaughtered them all for hiding her. She gave up her life to give me the chance at one. Kahlan started when a log in the fire popped. Dreffin didn't start, nor did Richard. I'm sorry, Richard whispered. My grandfather took his daughter, my mother, to Westland to hide her from Darkenrahl. I guess that he, too, understood the danger she was in. The danger I was in. Dreffin shrugged. Then we are much the same, you and I. Exiles from our father. You, however, would not have been killed. Richard nodded to himself. He tried to kill me. Dreffin's brow twitched with curiosity. Really? He wanted a gifted heir, and then he tried to kill him? He didn't know, as I didn't, that it was he who fathered me. Richard turned the subject back to the matter at hand. So what's this about you making peace with the good spirits in case you are to join them today? The healers who raised me never kept from me the knowledge of who I was. I have known since I can remember that I was the bastard son of our master, of Father Rahl. I always knew that he could come at any moment and kill me. I prayed each night, thanking the good spirits for another day of life free from my father and what he would do to me. Weren't the healers afraid that he would come and kill them too for hiding you? Perhaps. They always discounted it. They said that they were not in fear for themselves, that they could always say I was a babe abandoned to them, and they didn't know my paternity. Must have been a hard life. Dreffin turned his back on them and seemed to stare into the candles for a time before he went on. It was life, the only life I knew. But I do know that I was woefully tired of living each day in fear that he might come. He's dead, Richard said. You no longer have to fear him. That is why I'm here. When I felt the bond break, and it was later confirmed that he was dead, I decided that I would end my private terror. I've been guarded since the moment I arrived. I knew I wasn't free to leave this room. I know the reputation of the guards you surround yourself with. That was all part of the chance I took to come here. I didn't know if the new Lord Rahl would want me eliminated too, but I decided to end the constant death sentence hanging over my head. I've come to offer my services to the Master of the Hara if he will have me, or, if it is his will, that my life be forfeit for my crime of birth. Either way, it will be over. I want it over. Dreffin, his eyes watering, turned to face Richard. There you have it, Lord Rahl. Either forgive me or kill me. I don't know that I much care which anymore, but I beg you to end it, one way or the other. His chest rose and fell with labored breath. Richard appraised his half-brother in the dragging silence. Kahlan could only imagine what Richard must be thinking, at the emotions of those deliberations, at the painful shadows of the past, and the light of hope for what might be. At last he held his hand out. I'm Richard Dreffin. Welcome to the new Dahara, a Dahara that fights for freedom from terror. We fight that none have to live in fear, as you have done. The two men clasped wrists. Their big, powerful hands were the same size. Thank you, Dreffin whispered. Richard. Chapter 18. I heard that you saved Kara's life, Richard said. I want to thank you. It must have been hard, knowing that she was one of my guards who might end up harming you, if things didn't go right for you. I'm a healer. It's what I do, Richard. I'm afraid I may have trouble calling you anything but Lord Rahl, for a time anyway. I feel the bond to you as the Lord Rahl. Richard shrugged self-consciously. I'm still having trouble getting used to people calling me Lord Rahl. He stroked a finger along his lower lip. Do we know if we have any other half-brothers or sisters? I'm sure we must. Some must have survived. I've heard a rumor that we have a younger sister at least. Sister? Richard grinned. Really? A sister? Where do you think she is? Do you know her name? I'm sorry, Lord Richard, but all I know is the name, Lindy. The words passed on to me said that if she is still alive, she would be perhaps as much as 14 years. The person who told me her name said that all he knew was her first name, Lindy, and that she was born in Dahara to the southwest of the People's Palace. Anything else? I'm afraid not. You have now heard everything I know. Dreffen turned to Kahlan. How are you feeling? Did the herb woman, what was her name, stitch you up properly? Yes, Kahlan said. Nadine did fine. It hurts some, and I have a headache. I guess from everything that's happened. I didn't sleep well last night with the ache of my shoulder, but that's to be expected. I'm fine. He moved toward her, and before she knew it, he had her arm in his hand. He lifted it, twisted it, and pulled it, asking each time where it hurt. When he had satisfied himself, he moved around behind her and gripped her collarbone with his fingers while pressing his thumbs to the base of her neck. Pain shot up her spine. The room swam. He pressed under her arm and at the back of her shoulder. There, how's that? Kahlan rotated her arm, finding the pain greatly diminished. Much better, thank you. Just be careful with it. I've numbed some of the pain, but it still must heal before you put it to heavy use. Do you still have the headache? Kahlan nodded. Let me see what I can do for that. He pulled her by the hand back toward the table and sat her in a chair. He towered over her, blocking her view of Richard. Dreffen pulled her arms out toward himself, squeezing and manipulating the webs between her first fingers and thumb. His hands made hers seem so small. He had hands like Richard, big and powerful, though less callous. He was hurting her, he was pressing so hard, but she didn't voice a complaint, thinking he must know what he was doing. With him standing right in front of her, she had to turn her eyes up, lest she be forced to stare at his tight trousers. Kahlan watched his hands kneading hers, his fingers working over her flesh. She remembered his hand on Kara. She vividly recalled those strong fingers working their way down under Kara's red leather and between her legs, working into her. Kahlan abruptly jerked her hands away. Thank you, that's much better. She lied. He smiled down at her with a penetrating, hawk-like, blue-eyed Rahl gaze. I've never healed a headache so quickly. Are you sure it's better? Yes, it was just a little headache. It's gone now. Thank you. Glad to help, he said. He watched her for a long moment, the little smile still on his lips. Finally, he turned to Richard. I was told that you are to be wedded to the Mother Confessor here. You are a very different sort of Lord Rahl from our father. Darken Rahl would never have considered marriage for himself. Of course, he probably was never tempted into marriage by one so beautiful as your betrothed. May I offer my congratulations? When's the wedding? Soon, Kahlan interjected as she moved to Richard's side. That's right, Richard said. Soon. We don't know the exact date yet. We have a few things to work out. Look, Dreffen, I could use your help. We have a number of wounded men, and some of them are in grave condition. They were wounded by the same man who hurt Kara. I'd really appreciate it if you'd see what you could do to help them. Dreffen retrieved his knives, slipping them away without having to look at what he was doing. That's what I'm here for, to help. He headed for the door. Richard caught his arm. You'd better let me go first. Until I change the orders, you will die if you step out of a room before me. We don't want that. As Richard took Kahlan's arm and turned toward the door, she met Kara's eyes for an instant. Her hearing wasn't affected, Dreffen had said. She could hear everything, even though she couldn't react.
She had to have heard Kahlan warn him not to put his hand on her there again. She had to have known what Dreffin had been doing, but she had been unable to do anything to stop him. Kahlan's face heated at the memory. She turned and hugged Richard's waist as they went through the door. Richard looked up and down the quiet hall, and when he saw no one, he backed her to the paneled wall outside her rooms and pressed a kiss to her lips. She was glad that Dreffin had eased the pain in her arm earlier in the day. It hardly hurt to circle both arms around Richard's neck. She moaned against his mouth. She was tired from the long day, and her arm did still hurt just a bit, but it wasn't weariness or discomfort that drove out the moan. It was longing. He drew her into his arms and turned so that he was leaning her back against the wall instead. His powerful arms crushed her to him, almost lifting her toes from the floor as his kiss became more insistent. She returned it in kind. She pulled his lower lip through her teeth and then backed away for a breath. "I can't believe Nancy or one of her women isn't here waiting for us," Richard said. He had left their guards farther up the hall around the corner. They were at last alone, a rare luxury. Even though she had grown up with people always around, she now found their constant presence wearing. There was great value in simply being alone. Kahlan gave his lips a quick lick and a kiss. "I don't think Nancy will be bothering us." "Really?" Richard asked with a sly grin. "Why, Mother Confessor, who will protect your virtue?" Her lips brushed his. "Dear spirits, no one, I pray." He surprised her with an abrupt change of topic. "What do you think of Dreffin?" That was a question she was not prepared to answer. "What do you think of him?" "I'd like to have a brother I could trust and believe in. He's a healer. The surgeon was impressed with the way he helped some of those men. He said that at least one of them will live only because of what Dreffin did for him. Nadine was more than a little curious about some of the compounds he carries in the leather pouches at his belt. I'd like to think that I have a brother who helps people. Nothing seems so noble as that." "Do you think he has magic?" "I didn't see any trace of it in his eyes. I'm sure I would have been able to tell. I can't explain how I can sense magic now, how I can see it sometimes sparkle in the air about a person or show in their eyes, but I didn't see any of that with Dreffin. I think that he is simply a talented healer. I'm grateful that he saved Kara. At least he said he saved her. What if she had recovered on her own after Marlin was dead and her link with him was broken?" Kahlan hadn't thought of that. "So you don't trust him?" "I don't know. I still don't believe in coincidence." He sighed in frustration. "Kahlan, I need you to be honest and not let me be blinded because he's my brother and I want to trust him. I haven't proven a very good judge of brothers. If you have any reason to doubt him, I want to hear about it." "All right, that seems fair." He tipped his head toward her. "For example, you can tell me why you lied to him." Kahlan frowned. "What do you mean?" "About your headache being gone. I could see that he didn't make it any better. Why did you tell him that it was gone?" Kahlan cupped a hand at the side of his face. "I'd like you to have a brother you could be proud of, Richard, but I want it to be real. I guess what you said about coincidence has made me wary, that's all." "Anything other than simply what I said about coincidence?" "No. I hope he can bring a little brotherly love to your heart. I pray that it is nothing more than simple coincidence." "Me too." She gave his arm an affectionate squeeze. "I know he has the women on the staff all aflutter. I suspect he will soon be breaking hearts, what with all the swooning looks I've seen. I promise to let you know if he gives me reason to suspect something amiss." "Thanks." He didn't smile at what she said about the women all liking Dreffin. Richard had never displayed any jealousy. He didn't have reason to, even if she hadn't been a confessor. But still, there was a painful history with Michael that she realized could make reason less than relevant. He wished she hadn't mentioned it. He ran his fingers back into her hair, holding the sides of her head as he kissed her. She pulled back. "Why did you take Nadine with you this afternoon?" "Who?" He leaned toward her again. She pulled back. "Nadine. Remember her? The woman in the tight dress?" "Oh, that Nadine." She poked his ribs. "So, you noticed her dress?" His brow drew together. "Did you think there was something different about it today?" "Oh, yes, there was something different about it. So why did you take her with you?" "Because she's a healer.
She's not an evil person. She has good qualities. I thought that as long as she was going to be here, she might as well make herself useful. I thought that that might make her feel better about herself. I had her check that the men were making the quench oak tea properly, that it was strong enough. She seemed happy to help. Kahlan remembered Nadine's smile when Richard had asked her to go with him. She had been happy, all right, but not simply to help. The smile was for Richard, as was the dress. "So," Richard said, "you think Dreffin is handsome, as all the other women do?" She thought his trousers were too tight. She pulled Richard into a kiss, hoping he wouldn't notice her face flushing and misunderstand the reason for it. "Who?" she breathed dreamily. "Dreffin. Remember him, the man in the tight pants?" "Sorry, I don't remember him," she said as she kissed his neck, and she nearly didn't. She ached for Richard and nothing else. There was no room in her mind for Dreffin. Almost the only thing in her thoughts was the time she had been with Richard in that strange place between worlds where they had been together, truly together as never before or since. She wanted him that way again. She wanted him that way now. With the way his hands were slipping down her back and the urgency of his lips on her neck, she knew he wanted her the same way and just as badly. But she also knew that Richard didn't want to even appear to be like his father. He didn't want anyone to think she was no more than Darken Ral's women had been, an amusement for the master of Dahara. That was why he always let the women on the staff so easily keep him at bay. Despite his frustrated objections, he never overruled them when they shooed him away. The three moored Sith, too, always seemed to be protecting Kahlan from being seen as less than the true betrothed to the master of Dahara. Whenever she and Richard thought to go to his room at night, even just to talk, either Kara or Berdine or Raina was always there asking some pointed question that seemed to keep them apart. When Richard scowled, they reminded him that he had instructed them to protect the Mother Confessor. He never countermanded the orders. Today, the three moored Sith were scrupulously following his orders, and when he had told Kara and Raina to guard him from around the corner and down the hall, they had remained there without objection. With their wedding so soon, Kahlan and Richard had decided to wait, even though they had already been together once. That time seemed somehow unreal in a place between worlds, in a place with no heat, no cold, no source of light, no ground, and yet they could see, and they had lain in dark space firm enough to support them. More than anything, she remembered the feel of him. They had been the source of all heat, all light, all feeling in that strange place between worlds where the good spirits had taken them. She was feeling that heat now, as she ran her hands over the muscles of his chest and stomach. She could hardly get her breath with the feel of his lips on her. She wanted his mouth everywhere on her. She wanted hers everywhere on him. She wanted him on the other side of her door. "Richard," she whispered in his ear, "please stay with me tonight." His hands were making her lose all sense of restraint. "Kahlan, I thought—" "Please, Richard, I want you in my bed. I want you in me." He moaned helplessly at her words and at her hands. "I hope I'm not interrupting," came a voice. Richard jerked up straight. Kahlan spun around. With the thick carpets, they hadn't heard Nadine's silent approach. "Nadine," Kahlan said, catching her breath. "What?" Kahlan self-consciously clasped her hands behind her back, wondering if Nadine had seen where they had just been. She had to have seen where Richard's had been. Kahlan felt her face going red. Nadine's cool gaze moved from Richard to Kahlan. "I didn't mean to interrupt. I just came to change your poultice and to apologize." "Apologize?" Kahlan asked, still gulping air. "Yes, I said some things to you earlier, and I guess I was a bit out of sorts at the time. I thought I may have said some things I shouldn't have. I thought I should apologize." "That's all right," Kahlan said. "I understand how you felt at the time." Nadine lifted her bag and her eyebrows. "The poultice? My arm is fine for tonight. You could change the poultice for me tomorrow, though." Kahlan sought to fill the dragging silence. "Dreffin did some of his healing on it earlier, so it's fine for tonight." "Sure." She lowered her bag. "You two off to bed, then?" "Nadine," Richard said in a restrained tone. "Thanks for checking on Kahlan. Good night." Nadine regarded him with a cold glower. "Don't even plan to get married first? Just going to throw her down on the bed and lay claim to her, like some girl you come across in the woods? Seems a bit crude for the high and mighty Lord Ral. And here you were pretending you were better than us common folk."
She glanced down at Richard, and then turned her glare on Kahlan. Like I said before, he wants what he's shown. Shota told me about you. I guess you know about what pushes men off the fence, too. It seems you would do anything to have him after all. Like I said before, you're no better than me. Bag in hand, she turned and marched off down the hall. Kahlan and Richard stood in the uncomfortable silence, watching the empty hall. Out of the mouths of horrors, Kahlan said. Richard wiped his hands back across his face. Maybe she has a point. Maybe she does, Kahlan admitted reluctantly. Well, good night. Sleep well. You too. I'll be thinking about you in that little guest room you used. He bent and kissed her cheek. Not going to bed right off. Where are you going? Oh, I thought I'd go dunk myself in a horse trough. She caught him by the wide leather-padded band around his wrist. Richard, I don't know if I can stand this much longer. Are we ever going to get married before something else happens? We'll go wake the sliff just as soon as we make sure everything here is in order. I promise. Dear spirits, I promise. What thing? Just as soon as we know that the men are getting better, and I'm satisfied about a few other things. I want to make sure that Jagang can't make good on his threats. A couple of days and the men should be better. A couple days, I promise. She held one of his fingers in each of her hands as she stared longingly into his gray eyes. I love you, she whispered. In a few days, or after an eternity, I'm yours. Words spoken over us or not, I'm forever yours. We are already one in our hearts. The good spirits know the truth of that. They want us to be together. They've already proven it, and will watch over us. Don't worry, we'll have the word said over us. He started away, but turned back with a haunted look in his eyes. I only wish Zed could be there when we're married. Dear spirits, I wish he could, and that he was here to help me now. When he looked back from the corner at the end of the hall, Kahlan threw him a kiss. She shuffled into her empty, lonely rooms and threw herself on her big bed. She thought about what Nadine said. Shota told me about you. Kahlan wept in frustration. So you're not going to be sleeping up here tonight, Kara said when he walked past. And what would make you think I was? Richard asked. Kara shrugged. You made us wait around the corner. Maybe I just wanted to kiss Kahlan goodnight without you two passing judgment on my skill. Kara and Raina both smiled, the first he had seen from them all day. I have already seen you kiss the mother confessor, Kara said. You appear quite talented at it. It always leaves her breathless and wanting more. Even though he didn't feel like smiling, he did anyway, because he was glad to see them smiling. That doesn't mean I'm talented, it just means she loves me. I've been kissed, Kara said, and I've seen you kiss. I believe I can say with some authority that you are talented at the task. We watched you from around the corner tonight. Richard tried to look indignant as he felt his face going red. I gave you orders to stay down here. It is our responsibility to watch over you. To do that, we can't let you out of our sight. We can't follow such orders. Richard shook his head. He couldn't be angry over the violation of orders. How could he, when they were risking his anger to protect him? They hadn't endangered Kahlan in doing so. What do you two think of Dreffin? He is your brother, Lord Ralph, Raina said. The resemblance is obvious. I know the resemblance is obvious. I mean, what do you think of him? We don't know him, Lord Ralph, Raina said. I don't know him either. Look, I'm not going to be angry if you tell me you don't like him. In fact, I'd really like to know if you don't. What about you, Kara? What do you think of him? She shrugged. I've never kissed either of you, but from what I have seen, I would rather kiss you. Richard put his hands on his hips. What does that mean? I was hurt yesterday, and he helped me. But I don't like the fact that Master Dreffin came now when Marlin and Nadine came. Richard sighed. My thoughts, too. I ask people not to judge me because of who my father was, and I find myself doing that with him. I'd really like to trust him. Please, both of you, if you have any reason for concern, don't be afraid to come and tell me. Well, Kara said, I don't like his hand. What do you mean? He has hands like Darkenral. I have already seen them caressing fawning women. Darkenral did that too. Richard threw his hands up. When did he have time to do that? He was with me most of the day.
He found the time when you were talking to soldiers and when you were out checking on the men with Nadine. It didn't take him long. The women found him. I have never seen so many women batting their lashes at a man. You have to admit he is fine to look upon. Richard didn't see what was so especially fine about his looks. Have any of these women not been willing? Her answer was a long moment in coming. No, Lord Rall. Well, I guess I've seen other men who acted like that. Some of them have been my friends. They liked women and women liked them. As long as the women are willing, I can't see that it's any of my business. I'm more concerned about other things. Like what? I wish I knew. If you learn that he is here innocently and only means to help, as he says, then you can be proud of him, Lord Rall. Your brother is an important man. He is? How important is he? Your brother is the leader of his sect of healers. He is? He never told me that. No doubt he did not wish to vaunt himself. Humility before the Lord Rall is the way of the Harans, and one of the tenets of that ancient sect of healers. I suppose. So, he leads these healers? Yes, Kara said. He is the high priest of the Rog Moss. The what? Richard whispered. What did you call them? The Rog Moss, Lord Rall. Do you know the meaning of the words? Kara shrugged. Just that it means healers, that's all. Does it have some meaning to you, Lord Rall? Where's Berdine? In her bed, I would suppose. Richard started down the hall, calling orders back to them as he went. Kara, post a guard for the night around Kahlan's room. Raina, go wake Berdine, and ask her to meet me in my office. Now, Lord Rall? Raina asked. This late? Yes, please. Richard took the steps 2 at a time on the way to his office, where waited the journal, Kolo's journal, written in High Daharan. In High Daharan, Rog Moss meant divine wind. Both Shota's warning to Nadine for Richard, the wind hunts him, and the words from the prophecy down in the pit, he must seek the remedy in the wind, spun through his mind. Chapter 19. This time, Anne warned, you had better let me do the talking, understand? Her eyebrows drew so tight together Zed thought they might touch. She leaned close enough that he could smell the lingering aroma of sausage on her breath. With a fingernail she tapped his collar, another warning, albeit a wordless one. Zed blinked innocently. If it would please you, by all means, but my tales always have your best interest and our purpose at heart. Oh, of course. And your clever wit is always a delight, too. Zed felt that her affected smile was overdoing it. The sardonic praise would have been quite enough. There were accepted customs to such things. The woman really did need to learn where the line was. Zed's gaze again focused beyond her to the problem at hand. He passed a critical eye over the inn's dimly lit door. It was across the street and at the end of a narrow boardwalk. Above the alleyway that ran between 2 warehouses hung a small sign, Jester's Inn. Zed didn't know the name of the large town they had come to in the dark, but he did know that he would have preferred to pass it by. He had seen several inns in the town. This wasn't the one he would have chosen had he a choice. Jester's Inn looked as if it had either been an afterthought meant to use available space in the back, or else its proprietors wanted to shelter it from the scrutiny of honest people in the critical eye of authority. From the customers Zed had already seen, he was leaning in the direction of the second guest. Most of the men looked to be mercenaries or highwaymen. I don't like it, he muttered to himself. You don't like anything, Anne snapped. You're the most disagreeable man I've ever met. Zed's eyebrows went up in true surprise. Why would you say that? I've been told that I'm a most pleasant traveling companion. Do you have any of that sausage left? Anne rolled her eyes. No. What is it you don't like this time? Zed watched a man look both ways before going to the door at the back of the dark alleyway. Why would Nathan go in there? Anne looked over her shoulder across the deserted street of rutted frozen slush. She fingered a stray wisp of graying hair into the loose knot tied at the back of her head. To get a hot meal and some sleep, she scowled back at Zed. That is, if he's even in there. I've shown you how to sense the thread of magic I used to hook the tracer cloud to him. You felt it, felt him. True enough, Anne admitted. Yet now that we finally catch him and know that he's in there, you suddenly don't like it. That's right, he said distantly.
I don't like it. The scowl on Anne's face lost its heat and turned serious. What is it that bothers you? Look at the sign, after the name. A pair of woman's legs pointed up in the shape of a V. She turned back and peered at him as if he were daft. Zed, the man has been locked up in the Palace of the Prophets for almost 1,000 years. You just said it. He's been locked up. Zed tapped the collar, called a Radahan, around his own neck, the collar she had put on him to capture him and make him do her bidding. Nathan is not inclined to be locked up in a collar again. It probably took him hundreds of years of planning and the right turn of events to get out of his collar and to escape. I dread to consider how that man may have influenced or even directly altered events through prophecy to bring to pass the turn of fate that allowed him the opportunity to get off his collar. Now, you expect me to believe he would go in there just to be with a woman when he has to know you're chasing after him? Anne stared in stunned disbelief. Zed, are you saying that you think Nathan may have influenced events, prophecies, just to get his collar off? Zed looked across the road and shook his head. I'm just saying I don't like it. He probably wanted what's in there enough that it distracted him from worrying about me. He simply wanted some female companionship and ignored the dangers of being caught. You have known Nathan for over 9 centuries. I've only known him a short time. He leaned down closer to her and lifted an eyebrow. But even I know better than that. Nathan is anything but stupid. He is a wizard of remarkable talent. You make a serious mistake if you underestimate him. She watched his eyes a moment. You're right. It may be a trap. Nathan wouldn't kill me to escape. But beyond that, you may be right. Zed harumphed. Zed, Anne said after a long, uncomfortable silence. This business with Nathan is important. He must be caught. He's helped me in the past when we have discovered danger in the prophecies. But he is still a prophet. Prophets are dangerous, not because they deliberately wish to cause trouble, but because of the nature of prophecy. You don't need to convince me of that. I know well the dangers of prophecy. We have always kept prophets confined at the Palace of the Prophets because of the potential for catastrophe should they roam free. A prophet who wanted mischief could have it. Even a prophet who doesn't wish mischief is dangerous, not only to others but to himself. People usually extract vengeance on the bringer of truth, as if knowing the truth is its cause. Prophecy is not meant to be heard by untrained minds, those having no understanding of magic, much less prophecy. One time, as we sometimes did at his request, we let a woman visit Nathan. Zed frowned at her. You took prostitutes to him? Anne shrugged self-consciously. We knew the loneliness of his confinement. It wasn't the most desirable solution, but yes, we brought him companionship from time to time. We weren't heartless. How magnanimous of you. Anne glanced away from his eyes. We did what we had to by locking him in the palace, but we felt sorrow for him. It wasn't his choice to be born with the gift of prophecy. We always warned him not to tell the women any prophecy, but one time he did. The woman ran screaming from the palace. We never knew how she escaped before we could stop her. She spread word of the prophecy before we could find her. It started a civil war. Thousands died. Women and children died. Nathan sometimes seems crazy out of his senses. Sometimes he seems to me to be the most dangerously unbalanced person I've ever known. Nathan views the world not only by what he sees around him, but through the filter of prophecy that visits his mind. When I confronted him, he professed not to remember the prophecy, or having told the young women anything. I only found out much later, when I was able to link several prophecies, that one of the children who died was a boy named in prophecy as one who would go on to rule through torture and murder. Untold tens of thousands would have died had that boy lived and grown into a man. But Nathan had choked off that dangerous fork in prophecy. I have no idea how much that man knows, but won't disclose. A prophet has the potential to just as easily cause great harm. A prophet who wished power would have a fair chance of ruling the world. Zed was still watching the door. So you locked them away? Yes. Zed picked at a thread on his maroon robes. He looked down at her squat form in the dim light. And I am first wizard. If I didn't understand, I wouldn't be helping you. Thank you, she whispered. Zed considered their options. There weren't many. What you are saying, if I understand you, is that you don't know if Nathan is sane, but even if he is, he has the potential to be dangerous. I guess so. But Nathan has often helped me to spare people suffering. Hundreds of years ago, he warned me about Darken Ral, and told me of a prophecy that a war wizard would be born, that Richard would be born. We worked together to see to it that Richard would be safe from interference as he grew, so that you would have the time to help raise your grandson into the kind of man who would use his ability to help people. For that you have my gratitude, Zed offered. But you put this collar around my neck, and I don't like that one bit. I understand. It's not something I liked doing, nor am I proud of what I did. Sometimes desperate need calls for desperate acts. The good spirits will have the final say on my actions. The sooner we get Nathan, the sooner I will take the Radahan from your neck. I don't enjoy holding you prisoner by that collar and making you help me, but in view of the dire consequences should I fail to get Nathan, I do as I feel I must. Zed aimed a thumb over his shoulder. I also don't like that. Anne didn't look. She knew what he was pointing at. What does a red moon have to do with Nathan? It's most peculiar, but what does one have to do with the other? I'm not saying it has anything to do with Nathan. I just don't like it. With the thick clouds of the last few days, they had been slowed at night, both by the darkness and also by the difficulty of seeing the tracer cloud he had hooked to Nathan. Fortunately, they had been close enough to sense the link of magic without having to see the tracer cloud. The tracer cloud was only used to get its tracker close enough to sense the link. Zed knew they were very near to Nathan, within a few hundred feet. This close to the object of the trace, the link's magic distorted Zed's senses, his ability to judge with the aid of his magic, his capacity to access his familiar ability with his gift. This close, his magic was like a bloodhound on scent, so concentrated on the object of its search that it disregarded anything else but the trail. It was an uncomfortable form of blindness, and another reason for his unease. He could break the link, but that was risky before they actually had Nathan. Once broken, it couldn't be re-established without physical contact. The snow flurries of the last few days had slowed them and made the going cold and miserable. Earlier in the day, the clouds had at last cleared away, even if they had left behind the bitter wind to vex them. They had been looking forward to the moonrise and the light it would provide as they closed in on Nathan. They had both watched in stunned silence when the moon had risen. It had risen red. At first, they thought that it might be a lingering haze that was causing it, but with the moon well overhead, Zed knew it was not being caused by some innocent atmospheric event. Worse, with the recent cloud cover, he didn't know how long it had been since the moon had turned red. Zed, Anne finally asked into the brooding silence, do you know what it means? Zed looked away, pretending to scan the shadows. Do you? You've lived a lot longer than I. You must know something about such a sign. He could hear her fussing with her wool cloak. You are a wizard of the First Order. I would defer to your expertise in such matters. You all of a sudden think my judgment worthwhile? Zed, let's not joust with words about this. I know that such a sign is without precedent in my experience, but I do recall a reference to a red moon in an ancient text, a text from the Great War. The book didn't say what it meant, only that it brought great alarm. Zed squatted in the shadow of the corner of the building they hid behind. He leaned his back against the clapboards and held a hand out in invitation. Anne sat beside him, deeper in the shadow. In the Wizard's Keep, there are dozens of libraries, huge libraries, most at least as large as the vault of books at the Palace of the Prophet. Many a great deal larger. There are also many books of prophecy there. There were books of prophecy at the keep that were considered so dangerous that they were kept locked behind the powerful shields protecting the first wizard's private enclave. Not even the old wizards who had lived at the keep when Zed was young were allowed to read those prophecies. Even though he had access to them after he became first wizard, Zed had not read nearly all of them. The ones he had read left him in sleepless sweats. Dear spirits, he went on, there are so many books at the keep
that I've not even read all the titles. There used to be staffs of curators for each library. Each knew the books in his section of the stack. Long ago, well before my time, these curators were gathered when an answer was sought. Each knew his own books and could speak up if his particular books held information on the subject in question. In this way, it was a relatively simple task to locate the reference volumes or prophecies that might help with the problem at hand. When I was very young, there were only 2 wizards left acting as curators. 2 men could not begin to tap the knowledge held there. A plethora of information is held in those books, but finding a specific bit of it is a formidable challenge. The guidance of the gift is needed to even begin to narrow the search. Needing information from the libraries is like being adrift in the ocean and needing a drink of water. Information is in overabundance, yet you can die of thirst for it before you can locate it. When I was young, I was guided as to what were the most important books of history, magic, and prophecy. I mostly confined my studies to those books.
What about the Red Moon? Anne asked. What did the books you read say of it?
I only recall once reading about a red moon. What I read wasn't very explicit, mentioning it only obliquely. I wish I had thought to inquire into the subject further, but I didn't. There were other matters in the books that were of greater importance at the time and demanded my attention, matters that were real and not hypothetical.
What did this book say?
If I recall correctly, and I'm not saying that I do, it said something about a breach between worlds. It said that in the event of such a breach, the warning would be 3 nights of a red moon.
3 nights. For all we know, with the clouds we've had, we could already have had our 3 nights. What if there were clouds all the time? The warning would be missed. Zed squinted in concentration as he tried to recall what he had read.
No, it said that the one to whom the warning was directed would see all 3 nights of the warning, all 3 nights of the red moon.
What exactly is meant by such a warning? What kind of breach could there be between worlds?
I wish I knew.
Zed thumped his head of wavy white hair back against the wall.
When the boxes of Orden were opened by Dark and Ral, and the Stone of Tears came into this world from another, and the Keeper of the Underworld was near to coming into our world through the breach, there was never a red moon.
Then maybe the red moon doesn't mean that there is a breach. Perhaps you recall it wrongly.
Perhaps. What I recall most vividly are my thoughts at the time. I remember picturing a red moon in my mind, and telling myself to remember such an image, and that if I ever saw it for real, I must remember that it was grave trouble, and I must at once search out the meaning of the sign.
Anne touched his arm, an act of compassion she had never done before. Zed, we almost have Nathan. We'll have him tonight. When we do, I'll take the Radahan from your neck so that you can hurry to Aidendrill and see to this matter. In fact, as soon as we have Nathan, we will all go. Nathan will understand the seriousness of this, and will help. We'll go to Aidendrill with you and help. Although Zed didn't like that this woman had insisted he come with her to capture Nathan, he had come to understand how afraid she was of what could happen with Nathan free, and that she needed his help. At times he had difficulty maintaining his indignation. He knew how desperate she was to keep the prophecies from being loosed along with Nathan. Zed knew how dangerous it could be if people were exposed to raw prophecy. He had been lectured since he was a boy on the dangers of prophecy, even for a wizard.
Sounds like a worthwhile bargain to me. I help you get Nathan back, and you two help me find the meaning of the red moon.
A bargain, then. We work together willingly. I must admit it will be a pleasant change of affairs.
Is that so? Zed asked. Then why don't you take this collar off me?
I will, just as soon as we have Nathan.
Nathan means more to you than you have admitted.
She was silent a moment. He does. We have worked together for centuries. He can be trouble on 2 legs, but somewhere in all that bluster, Nathan has a noble heart. Her voice lowered as she turned her head away. Zed thought she wiped a hand at her eyes. I care greatly for that incorrigible, wonderful man. Zed peeked around the corner at the inn's silent door.
I still don't like it, he whispered. Something about this is wrong. I wish I knew what it was.
So, she finally asked, what are we going to do about Nathan?
I thought you wanted to do the talking.
Well, I guess you have convinced me that we should be careful. What do you think we should do?
I'll go in there alone and ask for a room. You wait outside. If I find him before he leaves, I'll surprise him and put him down. If he comes out before I find him, or if something goes wrong, you seize him.
Zed, Nathan is a wizard. I'm only a sorceress. If he had his Radahan around his neck, I could easily control him, but he is without it. Zed mulled it over for a moment. They couldn't take a chance on his getting away. Beyond that, Anne could be hurt. They would have a difficult time of finding Nathan again. Once he knew they were onto him, he might figure out the tracer cloud and possibly unhook it. That was not likely, though.
You're right, he said at last. I'll cast a web outside the door so that if he comes out, it will hobble him. And then you can snap that infernal collar around his neck.
That sounds a good idea. What sort of web will you use?
As you've said yourself, we can't fail.
He studied her eyes in the dim light.
Bags, I can't believe I'm actually doing this, he muttered. Give me the collar for a moment.
Anne searched under her cloak for the pouch at her waist. When her hand came out, the light of the red moon glinted dully off the Radahan.
This is the same one he wore?
Zed asked. For almost 1,000 years. Zed grunted. He took the collar in his hands and let his magic flow into the cold object of subjugation, let it mingle with the magic of the collar. He could feel the warm hum of the additive magic the collar possessed, and he could feel the icy tinkle of its subtractive magic. He handed back the collar.
I've keyed the spell to his Radahan.
What spell are you going to weave? She asked in a suspicious tone. He considered the resolve in her eyes.
A light spell. If he comes out without me, you will have 20 of his heartbeats to get that around his neck, or the light web will ignite.
If she didn't get the collar around his neck in time to extinguish the spell, Nathan would be consumed by it. Without the collar, there would be no escape for Nathan from such a spell. With it, he would escape the spell, but then there would be no escape from her. A double bind. At that moment, Zed didn't much like himself. Page 154. Anne took a deep breath. Someone else coming out won't trigger it, will they? Zed shook his head.
I will link it to the tracer cloud. The spell will recognize him and only him by that and that alone.
His voice lowered in warning.
If you don't get it around him in time, and it ignites, then others beside Nathan will be hurt or killed if they're close enough. If you can't get that around his neck for any reason, then you make sure you get away in time. He may prefer death over having that around his neck again.
Chapter 20. As he ambled in, surveying the gloomy room, Zed realized that his heavy maroon robes with black sleeves and cowled shoulders were out of place. The mellow lamplight showed off the 3 rows of silver brocade at each cuff, and the thicker gold brocade running around the neck and down the front. A red satin belt set with a gold buckle cinched the waist of the rich robes. Zed missed his simple robes, but they were long gone at Addie's insistence. The old sorceress had chosen his new disguise. For powerful wizards, simple accoutrements were the equivalent of military dress. Zed suspected she just didn't like his old robes and preferred him in this. He missed Addie, and felt sorrow for the heartache she must feel at believing him dead. Nearly everyone thought he was dead. When they had time, maybe he would have Anne write a message in her journey book, letting Addie know he was alive. He felt the most sorrow, though, for Richard. Richard needed him. Richard had the gift, and without proper instruction he was as helpless as an eaglet fallen from the nest. At least Richard had the sword of truth to help protect him for now. Zed intended to go to Richard just as soon as they had Nathan. It wouldn't be long, and then he could hurry on his way to Richard. The innkeeper eyed Zed's flashy outfit, his gaze snagging on the gold belt buckle. A collection of scraggy patrons dressed in furs, tattered leather, and ragged wool watched from a few booths at the wall to the right. The 2 plank tables sat empty on the straw-covered floor, waiting for diners or drinkers. "Rooms are a silver," the innkeeper said in a disinterested tone. "If you'd like company, it's an extra silver."
It would appear that my choice of outfits has turned out to be rather costly, Zed observed.
The burly innkeeper smiled with one side of his mouth as he held out a meaty hand, palm up. The price is the price. You want a room or not? Zed dropped a single silver in the man's hand. Third door on the left. He nodded his head of curly brown hair toward the hall in the back. Interested in company, old man?
You'd have to share it with the lady who called. I was thinking you might be interested in a bit more profit. A considerable bit more.
The man's brow twitched with curiosity as he closed his fist around the silver coin. Meaning?
Well, I heard a dear old friend of mine has been known to stop here. I've not seen him in quite a while. If he were here tonight, and you could direct me to his room, I'd be so overwhelmed with joy and happiness to see him again that I'd foolishly part with a gold piece. A full gold piece.
The man looked him up and down again. This friend of yours have a name?
Well, Zed said in a low voice, like many of your other patrons, he has a problem with names. He can't seem to remember them for very long and has to keep thinking up new ones. But I can tell you that he's tall, older, and with white hair down to his broad shoulders.
The man stroked his tongue across the inside of his cheek. He's busy at the moment. Zed produced the gold piece, but pulled it back when the innkeeper reached for it.
So you say. I'd like to decide for myself just how busy he is.
Then it's another silver. Zed forced himself to keep his voice down.
For what?
For the lady's time and company.
I've no intention of availing myself of your lady.
So you say. When you see her with him, you might have a change of mood and decide to try to rekindle your youth. It's my policy to collect the money first. If she tells me you gave her no more than a smile, then you can have the silver back. Zed knew there was no chance of that. It would be his word against hers, and her word would carry the sweet ring of extra profit, if not the truth. But in the scheme of things, the price was of no consequence, no matter how much it irked him. Zed dug into an inner pocket and handed over the silver coin. Last room on the right, the innkeeper said as he turned away. He turned back to Zed. And we have a guest in the next room who doesn't want to be disturbed.
I won't bother your guests.
He gave Zed a cunning grin. Plain as she is, I offered her a little companionship, no extra charge, and she told me that if anyone disturbed her rest, she'd skin me alive. A woman with enough brass to come in here alone, I believe her. I'm not giving her silver piece back if you wake her. I'll take it out of your hide, understand? Zed nodded absently as he gave brief consideration to asking for a meal. He was hungry, but reluctantly dismissed the thought.
Would you happen to have a back door in case I need some night air?
Zed didn't want Nathan slipping out the wrong door.
I'd understand if it cost extra.
We're backed up to the blacksmith shop, the innkeeper said as he walked away. There's no other door. Last room on the right. Only one way in, one way out. Something about this was wrong. Nathan wouldn't be so foolish. Yet Zed could feel the air crackling with the magic of his link. As dubious as he was that Nathan would be so conveniently bedded down for them, he moved silently down the dark hall. He listened intently for anything out of the ordinary, but heard only the well-practiced feigned sounds of passion from a woman in the second room to the left. The end of the hall was lit by a single candle on a wooden bracket to the side. From the next to last room, Zed could hear the soft snores of the brassy lady who didn't want to be disturbed. He hoped it wouldn't come to that, and that she would sleep through the whole thing. Zed put his ear close to the last door on the right. He heard soft, throaty laughter from a woman. If this went wrong, she might be hurt. If it went very wrong, she might be killed. He could wait, but having Nathan distracted would certainly be convenient. The man was a wizard, after all. Zed didn't know how strongly Nathan felt about being captured. Zed knew how he would feel about it. That decided him. He couldn't afford not to take the opportunity of the distraction. Zed threw open the door, casting a hand out, igniting the air with silent, confusing flashes of heat and light. The naked couple on the bed cringed away, covering their eyes.
With a fist of air, Zed threw Nathan off the woman and over the far side of the bed. With Nathan grunting and flailing at the air, Zed seized the woman's wrist and threw her back out of the way. She snatched a sheet with her. As the flashes of light sparked out, and before she was even able to throw the sheet around herself, Zed loosed a web, paralyzing her where she stood. Almost simultaneously, he cast a similar web at the man behind the bed, except this web was laced with serious consequences, should he try to fend it off with magic of his own. This was no time to be polite or indulgent. With hardly a sound, other than a bit of thumping onto the floor, the gloomy room was suddenly silent. Only a single candle on a washstand flickered weakly. Zed was relieved it had gone so well, and he hadn't had to hurt the woman. He rounded the bottom of the bed to see the man on the floor frozen in place, his mouth opened in the beginning of a scream, his hands clawed to defend himself. It wasn't Nathan. Zed stared in disbelief. He could feel the magic of the hook in the room. He knew this was who he had been chasing. He leaned over the man.
I know you can hear me, so listen carefully. I'm going to release the magic holding you, but if you cry out, I will put it back on and leave you like that forever. Think carefully before you dare to call for help. As you may have already surmised, I'm a wizard, and anyone who comes will not be able to do anything to save you should you displease me.
Zed passed his hand before the man, pulling back the veil of the web. The man scooted back to the wall, but he remained silent. He was older, but not as old as Nathan appeared. His hair was white, but wavy, rather than Nathan's straight hair. It wasn't as long either, but the short description Zed had given the innkeeper would have been close enough for him to think this was the man Zed sought.
Who are you? Zed asked.
William's my name. You'd be Zed. Zed straightened.
How do you know that?
The fellow you'd be looking for told me. He gestured toward the nearby chair. Mind if I pull on my trousers? I have a feeling I'll not be needing them off anymore tonight. Zed tilted his head toward the chair, signaling for William to go ahead.
Talk while you do it, and keep in mind what I told you about my being a wizard. I know when a man is telling a lie. Keep in mind, too, that I'm suddenly in a very foul mood.
Zed wasn't exactly telling the truth about being able to detect a lie, but he reasoned that the man didn't know that. He was, however, telling the truth about his mood. I ran into the man you were chasing. He didn't give me his name. He offered me... William glanced to the woman as he pulled the trousers up. Can she hear this?
Don't you worry about her. Worry about me.
Zed gritted his teeth. Talk. Well, he offered me... He peered at the woman. Her wrinkled face was frozen in a startled expression. He offered me a purse if I'd do him a favor.
What favor?
Taking his place. He told me to ride like the keeper himself was after me until I got at least this far. He said that when I got here, I could slow, rest, or stop, whatever my choice. He told me that you'd be catching up with me.
And he wanted that?
William buttoned his trousers, plopped back into the chair, and started pulling on his boots. He said I wouldn't be able to lose you, that sooner or later you'd catch up with me. But he didn't want that to happen until at least after I arrived here. Fast as I was moving, I must admit that I didn't think you'd be so close on my heels, so I thought to enjoy some of my profits. William stood and stuffed an arm into his brown wool shirt. He told me that I was to give you a message.
Message? What message?
William tucked in his shirt and then reached into a trouser pocket and pulled out a leather purse. It looked to be heavy with coins. William fingered open the purse. It's in here with what he gave me. Zed snatched the purse from the man.
I'll take a look.
The purse held mostly gold coins with a few silver. Zed felt one of the gold coins between a finger and thumb. He could feel the slight after-tingle of magic. The coins had probably started out as coppers, and Nathan had changed them to gold with magic. Zed had been hoping that Nathan didn't know how to do that. Changing things to gold was dangerous magic. Zed only did it himself if there was no other choice. Inside the purse, besides the coins, was a folded piece of paper. He pulled it out and turned it over in his fingers, giving it a good look in the dim light, wary of any form of magic snare that might be attached to it. William pointed. That's what he gave me. He told me to give it to you when you caught me.
Anything else? Did he tell you anything else besides to give me this message?
Well, as we were parting, he paused and looked up at me. He said, "Tell Zed it's not what he thinks." Zed mulled this over for a moment.
Which way did he go?
I don't know. I was atop my horse and he was still afoot. He told me to ride, then he slapped my horse's rump and I rode. Zed tossed the purse to William. While keeping a wary eye on the man, he unfolded the paper. He squinted in the dim light of the single candle as he scanned the message. "Sorry, Anne, but I have important business. One of our sisters is going to do something very stupid. I must stop her if I can. In case I die, I want you to know I love you. But I guess you knew that. I could never say it as long as I was your prisoner. Zed, if the moon rises red as I expect it to, then we are all in mortal danger. If the moon rises red for 3 nights, it means Jagang has invoked a bound fork prophecy. You must go to the Jokopo treasure. If you instead waste precious time coming after me, we will all die, and the Emperor will have the spoils. The bound fork prophecy enforces a double bind on its victim. Zed, I am sorry, but the victim named is Richard. May the spirits have mercy on his soul. If I knew the meaning of the prophecy, I would tell you, but I don't. The spirits have denied me access to it. Anne, go with Zed. He will need your help. May the good spirits be with you both." As Zed blinked, trying to clear his watery vision, he noticed a smudge. He turned the message over and realized that the smudge was wax residue. The message had been sealed, but in the poor light he hadn't noticed before. Zed looked up to see William's club. He flinched back but felt the stunning pain of a blow. The floor crashed against his shoulder. William pounced atop him, holding a knife to his throat. "Where's this Jokopo treasure, old man? Talk or I'll slit your throat." Zed tried to hold on to his vision as he felt the room spinning and tilting. Nausea gagged him. He was in an instant sweat. William's eyes were wild above him. "Talk!" The man stabbed him in the upper arm. "Talk! Where's the treasure?" A hand reached down and snatched William by the hair. It was a middle-aged woman in a dark cloak. Zed couldn't seem to make sense of who she was or what she was doing there. With surprising strength, the woman threw William back. He crashed against the wall beside the open door and slumped to the floor. She sneered down at Zed.
"You have made a big mistake, old man, letting Nathan get away. I suspected that following that old crone would net me the profit, so I followed you too until I could sense your link with him. Yet what do I find at the end of your magic hook but this fool here instead of Nathan? So now I have to make things unpleasant for you. I want the profit." She turned and cast a hand out toward the naked woman, frozen in place. The room erupted with thunder as a midnight black discharge of lightning arced from her hand. The death-like bolt of lightning sliced the woman and the sheet she held cleanly in half. Blood splattered the wall. The top half of her toppled to the floor like a statue cleaved in two. Her insides spilled across the floor as her torso hit the ground, but her limbs remained frozen in the same pose. The woman hovering above him turned back. Her eyes were molten rage. "If you would like a taste of subtractive magic 1 limb at a time, then just give me a reason. Now, let me see the message." Zed opened his hand to her. She reached out. He focused his mind through the dizziness. Before she could snatch the paper, he ignited it. It went up in a bright yellow flash. With a cry of fury, she spun to William. "What did it say, you little worm?" William, until that instant rigid in panic, flung himself through the door and bolted down the hall. Her stringy hair whipped around her face as she spun back to Zed. "I'll be back to get answers from you. You will confess everything before I kill you." As she lunged for the door, Zed felt an unfamiliar composition of magic ram through his hasty shield. Pain erupted in his head. Trying to gather his senses, he fought through the grip of blinding agony. He wasn't paralyzed, but he was unable to think of how to make himself get up. His arms and legs battled the air as ineffectively as a turtle on its back. The searing pain made it difficult to do much more than maintain consciousness. He pressed his hands against the sides of his head, feeling as if it was going to come apart, and he had to hold it together. He could hear himself gasping for breath.
The sudden thud of a concussion jolted the air and briefly lifted him clear of the floor. A blinding flash lit the room as the roof tore open. The ripping roar of splintering wood and snapping beams was nearly lost in a deafening boom of thunder. The pain extinguished. The light web had ignited. Dust billowed through the air as smoking debris rained down around him. Zed drew into a ball and covered his head as boards and bits of rubble peppered him. It sounded like being under a kettle in a hailstorm. When silence settled over the scene, Zed finally took his hands from his head and looked up. To his surprise, the building was still standing, after a fashion. The roof was mostly gone, letting the wind pull the dust away into the dark night above. The walls were holed like moth-eaten rags. Nearby lay the gory remains of the woman. Zed took assessment of himself and was surprised to find he was in remarkably good condition, considering. Blood was running down the side of his head from where William had clubbed him, and his arm was throbbing where he had been stabbed. But other than that, he seemed uninjured. Not a bad bargain in view of what could have been, he decided. Moans drifted in from outside. A woman screamed hysterically. Zed could hear men throwing wreckage aside, calling out names as they searched for the injured or dead. The door, hanging crookedly from one hinge, suddenly exploded open as someone kicked it in. Zed sighed in relief as he saw a familiar squat form rush in, her red face etched with concern. "Zed! Zed, are you alive?" "Bags, woman, don't you think I look alive?" Anne knelt beside him. "I think you look a mess. Your head is bleeding." Zed grunted in pain as she helped him sit up. "I can't tell you how glad I am to see you alive. I feared you might have been too close to the light spell when it ignited." She pawed through his blood-matted hair, inspecting the wound. "Zed, that wasn't Nathan. I almost snapped the collar around that man's neck when he ran into the spell. Then Sister Rosalind came flying out the door. She threw herself on him, screaming something at him about a message. Rosalind is a sister of the dark. She didn't see me. My legs aren't what they used to be, but I ran like a girl of 12 when I saw her trying to use subtractive magic to undo the spell." "I guess it didn't work," Zed muttered. "I guess she never encountered a spell cast by a first wizard. But I certainly didn't make it that big. Using subtractive magic on the light spell expanded its power. It cost innocent people their lives. At least it cost that evil woman hers, too. Anne, heal me, and then we have to help these people." "Zed, who was that man? Why did he set off the spell? Where is Nathan?" Zed held out his hand and opened his tightly closed fist. He let the warmth of magic flow into the ashes in his hand. The powdery black residue began clumping together as the inky ashes lightened to gray. When the charred ruins reconstituted itself into the paper it had been, it finally returned to pale brown. "I've never seen anyone able to do such a thing," Anne whispered in astonishment. "Be thankful that Sister Rosalind hadn't either, or we would be in even more trouble than we are. Being first wizard has its advantages." Anne lifted the crumpled paper from his palm. Her lower lids brimmed with tears as she read the message from Nathan. By the time she had finished, silent tears were running down her round cheeks. "Dear Creator," she breathed at last. His own eyes stung with tears. "Indeed," he whispered in response. "Zed, what is the Jokopo treasure?" He blinked at her. "I was hoping you would know. Why would Nathan tell us to go protect something and not tell us what it is?" People outside were crying in pain and calling for help. In the distance, a wall, or perhaps a piece of roof, crashed to the ground. Men were yelling directions as they dug through the rubble. "Nathan forgets that he is different from other people. Just as you recall things from a few decades ago, he also recalls what was, except what he recalls is sometimes not a couple of decades ago, but a couple of centuries. I wish he would have told us more." "We have to find it. We will find it. I have a few ideas." She shook her finger at him. "And you are coming with me. We still haven't got Nathan. That collar stays on for now. You're going with me, do you understand? I'll hear none of your arguing." Zed reached up and unsnapped the collar around his neck. Anne's eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. Zed tossed the Radahan into her lap. "We have to find this Jokopo treasure that Nathan spoke of.
Nathan is not playing games about this. This is deadly serious. I believe what he wrote in that message. We are in a lot of trouble. I'm going with you, but this time we must be more careful. This time we must cover our trail with magic.
Zed, she finally whispered, how did you get that collar off? It's impossible. Zed scowled at her to keep himself from weeping at the thought of the prophecy trapping Richard.
Like I said, being first wizard has its advantages.
Her face flushed crimson. Did you just... How long have you been able to take off the Radahan? Zed shrugged a bony shoulder.
It took me a couple of days to figure it out. Since then. Since after the first 2 or 3 days.
Yet you went with me. You still went with me. Why?
I guess I like women who do things out of desperation. Shows character.
He balled his trembling hands into fists.
Do you believe everything Nathan said in that message?
I wish I could say no. I'm sorry, Zed, and swallowed. He said, may the spirits have mercy on his soul, meaning Richard. Nathan didn't say good spirits, he just said spirits. Zed wiped his stick-like fingers across his face.
Not all spirits are good. There are evil spirits, too. What do you know about double fork prophecies? About prophecy that enforced a double bind?
Unlike your collar, there is no escape from one. The cataclysm named has to be brought about to invoke the prophecy. Whatever it is, the event has already happened. Once invoked, the nature of the cataclysm is self-defining, meaning that the victim has only the choice of one of the 2 forks in the prophecy. The victim can choose only which way he would rather... Surely you must know this. As first wizard, you would have to know.
I had been hoping you would tell me I was wrong, Zed whispered. I wish Nathan would have at least written the prophecy for us to see.
Be thankful he didn't. Chapter 21. Clarissa gripped the weathered sill of the window in the stone tower of the Abbey in an effort to control her quaking. She clutched her other hand over her thundering heart. Even with the acrid smoke burning her eyes, she had to force herself to blink as she stood transfixed, watching the tumult in the city and the square below. The noise was deafening. The invaders screamed battle cries as they charged ahead, swinging swords, axes, and flails. Steel clashed and rang. The air hissed with arrows. Horses screamed in panic. Balls of light and flame wailed in from the distant countryside and exploded through the stone walls. The grisly invaders blew shrill horns and bellowed like beasts as they poured through the rents in the city walls, their impossible numbers darkening the streets in a sooty flood. Flames whooshed and roared and snapped. Townsmen wept unashamedly as they begged for mercy, their hands outstretched, imploring, even as they were put to the sword. Clarissa saw the bloody body of one of the Assembly of 7 being dragged down the street on a rope behind a horse. The shrill screams of women pierced through it all as their children, their husbands, their brothers and fathers were murdered before their eyes. The hot wind carried the jumbled smells of a burning city, pitch and wood, oil and cloth, hide and flesh, but laced through it all, in every breath she pulled, was the gagging stench of blood. It was all happening, just as he had said it would. Clarissa had laughed at him. She didn't think she would ever be able to laugh again as long as she lived. At the thought of how short a time that might be, her legs nearly gave way. No, she wouldn't think that. She was safe here. They wouldn't violate the Abbey. She could hear the throng seeking safety in the great room below, weeping and crying out in terror. This was a sacred place, devoted to the worship of the Creator and the good spirits. It would be blasphemy, even for these beasts, to spill blood in such a sanctuary. Yet he had told her they would. Below, out in the streets, the army's resistance had been crushed. The Renwold defenders had never before let an invader set foot inside the walls. It was said the city was as safe as if the Creator himself defended it. Invaders had tried before, and had always departed bloodied and dispirited. No horde from the wilds had ever breached the city walls. Renwold had always stood safe. This day, as he had said it would, Renwold had fallen. For their audacity at refusing to surrender the city and its spoils peacefully without a fight, the people of Renwald were being shown no mercy. Some had urged surrender, arguing that the red moons of the previous 3 nights had been an ill omen, but those voices were few. The city had always been held safe before. The good spirits and the Creator himself had turned away from the people of Renwald this day. What their crime was, she couldn't fathom, but surely it must be terrible indeed to warrant no mercy from the good spirits. From her vantage point at the top of the abbey, she could see the people of Renwald being herded into clusters in the streets, the market district, and courtyards. She knew many of the people being forced at the point of steel into the square below. The invaders, clad in foreign outfits of studded metal and spiked leather straps and belts, and layers of hides and fur, looked to her the way she imagined savages from the wilds. The invaders began sorting through the men, pulling aside those with trades. Smiths, bowyers, fletchers, bakers, brewers, butchers, millers, carpenters, anyone of a craft or trade who might be put to use. Those men were chained together to be marched off as slaves. The very old, young boys, and those seemingly without useful trades, like valets, yeomen, innkeepers, city officials, and merchants, were slaughtered on the spot, a sword hacked to the side of the neck, a spear through the chest, a knife in the gut, a flail across the skull. There was no system to the slaughter. Clarissa stared as an invader clubbed the head of a man on the ground who wouldn't seem to die. It reminded her of a fisherman clubbing a catfish on the bank. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The man doing the clubbing didn't seem to think any more of it than a fisherman would. Dumb Gus, the poor half-wit who ran errands for merchants, shopkeepers, and inns, his work paid for with food and a bed and watered ale, kicked one last time as his thick skull gave way with a resounding crack. Clarissa put trembling fingers over her mouth as she felt the contents of her stomach lurch up into the back of her throat. She swallowed it back down and gasped for air. This wasn't happening, she told herself. She was dreaming. She repeated the lie over and over in her head. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. But it was. Dear Creator, it was. Clarissa watched as the women were culled from the men. The old women were summarily put to death. The women judged worth keeping were shoved, screaming and crying for their men, into a group. Invaders sorted through them, further winnowing them according to age and apparently looks. Laughing invaders held the women as others of the beasts, methodically went from woman to woman, seizing them by their lower lip, and poked it through with a thin spike. A ring was pushed through each woman's lip, its split opening efficiently closed with the aid of the invader's teeth. He had told her this, too. The women would be marked into slavery. This, too, she had laughed at. And why not? He seemed to her as daft as dumb Gus, expounding his crazy, preposterous ideas and nonsense. Clarissa squinted, trying to see better. It appeared that the different groups of women had different colored rings put through their lips. One group of older women of every shape looked to have copper-colored rings. Another group of younger women screamed and fought as silver rings were put upon them. They stopped fighting and meekly submitted after a few who fought the hardest were run through with swords. The smallest group of the youngest, prettiest women were in the grip of the greatest terror as they were surrounded by a gang of burly invaders. These women received gold rings. Blood ran down their chins and onto their fancy dresses. Clarissa knew most of these young women. It was hard not to remember people who regularly humiliated you. Being in her early 30s and unmarried, Clarissa was the object of scorn among many women, but these young women were the cruelest, giving her smirking, sidelong glances as they passed, referring to her as the old maid or the hag among themselves, but just loud enough that she could hear them. Clarissa had never planned to be this age and without a husband. She had always wanted a family. She wasn't entirely sure how life and time had rolled on without providing her with the opportunity for a husband. She wasn't ugly, she didn't think, but she knew she was no more than plain at best. Her figure was satisfactory. She had meat on her bones. Her face wasn't twisted or shriveled or grotesque. Whenever she looked at her reflection while passing a window at night, she didn't think an ugly woman stared back at her. She knew it wasn't a face that inspired ballads, but it wasn't repulsive. Yet with more women than men to be had, being nearly not ugly wasn't adequate. The pretty younger women didn't understand. They had men in abundance courting them. The older women understood and were kinder, but still she was an unfortunate in their eyes, and they feared to be overly friendly, lest they catch the unseen, unknown taint that kept her unwed. No man would want her now. She was too old. Too old, they would fear, to give them sons. Time had trapped her alone and an old maid. Her work filled her time, but it never made her happy the way she suspected a family would have. As much as the sting of those young women's words hurt, and as much as she had often wished them to experience humiliation, she would never wish them this. The invaders laughed as they ripped the bodices of the fine dresses, inspecting the young women like livestock. "Dear Creator," she wept in prayer, "please don't let this be because I wish them to feel the shame of degradation. I never wished them this. Dear Creator, I beg you forgive me ever wishing them ill. I didn't want this for them, I swear on my soul." Clarissa gasped and leaned out the little window for a better view when she saw a band of invaders running forward with a log. They disappeared beneath an overhang below. She felt the building reverberate with a dull thud. People in the great room screamed. Another thud, and another, followed by splintering wood. The underworld's own pandemonium broke out below. They were violating the sanctity of the Creator's Abbey, just as the prophet had said they would. Clarissa clutched her dress over her heart in both hands as she heard the slaughter begin anew below. She shuddered uncontrollably. They would soon come up the stairs and find her. What was to happen to her? Was she to be marked with a ring through her lip and cast into slavery? Would she have the courage to fight and be killed rather than submit? No. She knew the answer would be no. In the face of it, she wanted to live. She didn't want to be butchered like one of the people in the square had been, or like poor dumb Gus. She feared death more than life. She gasped as the door banged open. The abbot burst into the small room. "Clarissa!" Neither young nor fit, he huffed from running up the stairs. His portly shape could not be disguised beneath his dull brown robes. His round face was as ashen as a 3-day dead corpse. "Clarissa, the books," he panted. "We must run away. Take the books with us. Take them and hide." She blinked dumbly at him. The room of books would take days to pack and several wagons to lug them away. There was nowhere to hide. There was nowhere to run. There was no way to escape through the throng of invaders. It was a ludicrous command, born of mad terror. "Abbot, there is no way we can escape." He rushed to her and took her hands. He licked his lips. His eyes darted about. "They won't notice us. Pretend we are just going about our business. They won't question us." She didn't know how to answer such delusion, but was denied an attempt. 3 men in blood-splattered leather and hides and fur stepped through the door. They were so big and the room so small that it took them only 3 strides to close the distance to the abbot. 2 had greasy, curly, matted hair. The third was shaved bald, but had a thick beard like the other 2. Each wore a gold ring through his left nostril. The one with the shiny head snatched the abbot by his fringe of white hair and yanked his head back. The abbot squealed. "Trade! Do you have a trade?" The abbot, his head bent back so that he could look only at the ceiling, spread his hands in supplication. "I am the abbot, a man of prayer." He licked his lips and added in a shout, "And books! I care for the books." "Books? Where are they?" "The archives are in the Athenaeum." His head tilted back. He pointed blindly. "Clarissa knows. Clarissa can show you. She works with them. She can show you. She cares for them." "No trade, then." "Prayer! I'm a man of prayer. I'll pray to the Creator and the good spirits for you. You'll see. I'm a man of prayer. No donation required. I'll pray for you. No donation." The man with the shaved head, his sweat-slicked muscles bulging, pulled the abbot's head back further and with a long knife sliced down through his throat. Clarissa felt warm blood splatter her face as the abbot exhaled through the gaping wound. "We don't need a man of prayer," the invader said as he tossed the abbot aside. Clarissa stared in wide-eyed horror as she saw blood spread under the abbot's brown robes. She had known him for nearly her whole life. He had taken her in years ago and kept her from starving by giving her work as a scribe. He had taken pity on her because she could find no husband, and she had no skill, except that she could read. Not many could read, but Clarissa could read, and it provided her with bread. That she had to endure the abbot's pudgy hands and slobbering lips was an onus she had to abide if she wanted to keep her work and feed herself. It hadn't been that way right from the first, but after she came to know her work and feel safe in being able to meet her needs, she came to understand that she had to tolerate things she didn't like. Long ago, when she had begged him to stop and that hadn't worked, she had threatened him. He told her that she would be banished if she made such scandalous accusations against a respected abbot. How would a single woman alone in the countryside survive, he had asked. What truly terrible things would she suffer then? She supposed it wasn't the worst of things. Others went hungry, and pride didn't fill their bellies. Some women suffered worse at the hands of men. The abbot never struck her, at least. She had never wished him harm. She only wished him to leave her be. She never wished him harm. He had taken her in and given her work and food. Others gave her only scorn. The brute with the knife stepped to her, startling her from her shock at seeing the abbot murdered. He slid the knife behind a belt. He gripped her chin with calloused, blood-stained fingers and turned her head side to side. He looked her up and down. He pinched her waist in evaluation. She felt her face burn with humiliation at being scrutinized so. He swung to one of the others. "Ring her." For a moment she didn't understand. Her knees began trembling as one of the burly men came forward, and she realized what he had meant. She feared to cry out. She knew what they would do to her if she resisted. She didn't want her throat slit like the abbot or her head bashed in like poor dumb Gus. Dear Creator, she didn't want to die. "Which one, Captain Malik?" The bald man looked into her eyes. "Silver." Silver. Not copper. Silver. A maniacal laugh cavorted through the back of her mind as the man gripped her lower lip between a thumb and knuckle. These men who were experienced at judging the worth of flesh, had just valued her more highly than her own people. Even if it was as a slave, they had given her value. She clenched shut the back of her throat to hold in the scream as she felt the pick stab into the margin of her lip. He twisted the pick until it poked through. She blinked, trying to see through the tears of pain. Not gold, she told herself. Of course not gold, but not copper either. They thought her worth a silver ring. Some part of her was disgusted at her vainglory. What else did she have now? The man, stinking of sweat, blood, and soot, shoved the split silver ring through her lip. She grunted in helpless pain. He leaned in and closed the ring with his crooked yellow teeth. She made no effort to wipe the dripping blood from her chin as Captain Malik looked her in the eyes again. "You are now the property of the Imperial Order." Chapter 22. Clarissa thought she might faint. How could a person be the property of anyone? With shame she realized that she had let herself be little more to the abbot. He had been kind to her, after a fashion, but in return he had viewed her as his property. She knew these beasts were not going to be kind. She knew what they were going to do with her, and it was going to be something considerably worse than the abbot's drunken, impotent affections. The look of steel in the man's eyes told her that they were men who would have no difficulty following through with what they wanted. At least it was silver. She didn't know why that mattered to her, but it did. "You have books here," Captain Malik said. "Are there prophecies among them?" The abbot should have kept his mouth closed, but she didn't want to die to protect the books. Besides, these men would tear the place apart and find them anyway. The books weren't hidden. The city had been thought safe from invasion, after all. "Yes." "The Emperor wants all books brought to him. You will show us where they are." Clarissa swallowed. "Of course." "How's it going, boys?" came an amicable voice from behind the men. "Everything in order? You look to have matters well in hand." The three men turned. A vigorous older man filled the doorway. A full head of straight white hair hung to his broad shoulders. He was wearing high boots, brown trousers, and a ruffled white shirt under an open dark green vest. The hem of his heavy dark brown cape hovered just above the floor. A sword was sheathed in an elegant scabbard at his hip. It was the Prophet. "Who are you?" Captain Malik growled. The Prophet casually flipped his cape back over a shoulder. "A man in need of a slave." He shouldered one of the men out of his way as he strode up to Clarissa. He grasped her jaw in a big hand and turned her head this way and that.
This one will do. How much do you want for her?" The bald-headed Captain Malik snatched a fistful of white shirt. "The slaves belong to the Order. They are all the property of the Emperor." The prophet scowled down at the hand on his shirt. He slapped it away. "Mind the shirt, friend. Your hands are dirty." "They're going to be bloody in a moment. Who are you? What's your trade?" One of the other men put a knife to the prophet's ribs. "Answer Captain Malik's question or die. What's your trade?" The prophet dismissed the question with a flip of a hand. "Not one you would be interested in. Now, how much for the slave? I can pay handsomely. You boys might as well make something for yourselves out of it. I never begrudge a man his profit." "We have all the plunder we want. It's here for the taking." The captain glanced to the man who had put the ring through her lip. "Kill him." The prophet casually swept a staying hand before them. "I mean you no harm, boys." He leaned down a little closer to their faces. "Won't you reconsider?" Captain Malik opened his mouth, but then he paused. No words came out. Clarissa heard distressed, liquid rumbling from the guts of the three men. Their eyes widened. "What's wrong?" the prophet asked. "Is everything all right? Now, how about my offer, boys? How much do you want for her?" The three men's faces twisted with discomfort. Clarissa smelled an unpleasant odor. "Well," Captain Malik said in a strained voice, "I think—" He grimaced. We have to go." The prophet bowed. "Why, thank you, boys. Off with you, then. Give my regards to my friend Emperor Jagang, won't you?" "But what about him?" one of the men asked the captain as they edged away. "Someone else will be along shortly and kill him," the captain said, as all three of them shuffled, bow-legged, through the door. The prophet turned to her, his smile evaporating as he regarded her with a hawk-like gaze. "Well, have you reconsidered my offer?" Clarissa stood quivering. She wasn't sure who she feared more, the invaders or the prophet. They would hurt her. She didn't know what the prophet would do to her. He might tell her how she was to die. He had told her how a whole city was going to die, and it was coming to pass. She feared that if he said something, he could make it happen. Prophets commanded magic. "Who are you?" she whispered. He bowed dramatically. "Nathan Rahl. I have already told you that I am a prophet. Forgive me for overlooking the introductions, but we don't exactly have a great deal of time." His penetrating blue eyes frightened her, but she made herself ask, "Why do you want a slave?" "Well, not for the same as they." "I don't want—" He snatched her arm and forced her to the window. "Look out there. Look." For the first time she lost control of the tears, and they poured out in forlorn sobs. "Dear Creator." "He's not coming to help you. No one can help those people now. I can help you, but you have to agree to help me in return. I'll not risk my life and lives of tens of thousands of others on you if you are of no use to me. I'll find another who would rather go with me than be a slave to these beasts." She made herself look into his eyes. "Will it be dangerous?" "Yes." "Will I die helping you?" "Maybe. Maybe you'll live. If you die, you will die doing something noble, trying to prevent suffering worse than this." "Can't you help them? Can't you stop this?" "No. What is done is done. We can only strive to shape the future. We cannot alter the past. You have an inkling of the dangers in the future. You once had a prophet living here, and he wrote down some of his prophecies. He was not an important prophet, but he left them here, where you fools view them as revelation of divine will. They are not. They are simply the words of potential. The same as if I tell you that you have it within your power to choose your destiny. You can stay and be a whore to this army, or you can risk your life doing something worthwhile." She trembled under his powerful grip on her arm. I'm afraid." His azure eyes softened. "Clarissa, would it help if I told you that I am terrified?" "You are? You seem so sure of yourself." "I am only sure of what I can try to do to help. Now, we must go to your archives before these men get a look at the books." Clarissa turned,
glad for the excuse to withdraw from his gaze.
"Down here. I'll show you the way."
She led him down the spiral stone steps at the back of the room. They weren't often used because they were so narrow and hard to negotiate. The prophet who had constructed the abbey was a slight man, and the stairs were built to suit him. As tight as they were for her, she couldn't imagine how this prophet could pass down them, but he did. On the dark landing below, he lit a little flame above his palm. She paused in astonishment, wondering at why it did not burn his flesh. He urged her to hurry on. The low wooden door opened into a short hall. The stairs at the center led down to the archives. The door at the end of the hall led to the main room of the abbey. Beyond that door, people were being murdered. She turned down the stairs, taking them two at a time. Nathan caught her arm when she slipped, keeping her from a fall. He made a gentle joke about that not being the danger he'd warned her about. In the dark room below, he cast out a hand, and the lamps hanging on wooden pilasters sprang to flame. His brow drew down as he surveyed the shelves lining the walls of the room. Two sturdy but unexceptional tables provided a place to read and to write. While he strode to the shelves on the left, she frantically tried to think of a place she could hide from the men of the order. There must be some place. Surely the invaders would leave sooner or later, and then she could come out and be safe. She was afraid of the prophet. He expected things of her. She didn't know what those things were, but she didn't think she had the courage to do them. She just wanted to be left alone. The prophet strode past the shelves, stopping here and there to put a finger atop a spine and pull out a volume. He didn't open the books he removed, but tossed them on the floor in the center of the room and went on to the next. The books he pulled out all contained prophecies. He didn't select all the books of prophecy, by any means, but prophecies were the only ones he chose.
"Why me?"
she asked as she watched him. "Why do you want me?" He paused with a finger on a large, leather-bound volume. He watched her the way a hawk watched a mouse as he withdrew the book. He took it to the pile of 8 or 10 already on the floor, set it down, and picked up one already there. He paged through it after he stopped before her. "Here, read this." She lifted the heavy book from his hands and read where he pointed.
"Should she go freely, one ringed will be able to touch that long trusted into the winds alone."
Long trusted into the winds alone. The very idea of such an incomprehensible thing made her want to run.
"One ringed," she said. "Does that mean me?"
"If you choose to go freely."
"What if I choose to stay and hide? Then what?"
He lifted an eyebrow. "Then I will find another who wants to escape. I offered you the chance first for my own reasons, and because you can read. I'm sure there are others who can read. If I have to, I will find another."
"What is it one ringed can touch?"
He took the book from her tremulous hands and snapped it shut. "Don't try to understand what the words mean. I know that you people try to do that. But I am a prophet, and I can tell you with a great deal of authority that such an endeavor is futile. No matter what you think, what you fear, you will be wrong." Her resolve to leave with him weakened. Despite his seeming kindness in saving her up in the tower, the prophet frightened her. A man who knew things such as he could know frightened her. They had put a silver ring through her lip, not copper. Maybe that meant she would be treated better. At least she would live. They would feed her, and she would live. She wouldn't have to fear some terrifying unknown death. She started when he spoke her name. "Clarissa," he said again, "go get some of the soldiers. Tell them that you are to lead them to the archives down here."
"Why? Why do you want me to get them?"
"Do as I say. Tell them that Captain Malik said you were to lead them down to the books. If you have any trouble, tell them he also said to get their sorry hides down to the books right now, or the dream walker would pay them a visit they would regret."
"But if I go up there—"
Her words trailed off in the grip of his gaze. "If you have trouble, tell them those words, and you will be all right. Lead them down here." She opened her mouth to ask why he wanted them to come down to the books, but his expression changed her mind. She dashed up the stairs, glad to be away from the prophet, although she realized that she would have to face the brutes. She paused before the door to the great room. She could run away. She remembered the abbot suggesting the same thing, and she remembered knowing how foolish the idea was. There was nowhere to run. She had a silver ring. Maybe that would be good for something. These men valued her at least that much. She opened the door and took one step before the sight brought her to a wide-eyed halt. The double door to the street was splintered and broken in. The floor was strewn with the bodies of men who had run to the abbey for shelter. The great room was packed with invaders. Among the bloody bodies of the dead, the women were being raped. Clarissa stood frozen, her mouth agape. Men stood in groups waiting their turn. The largest groups were for the women with gold rings. The things being done to those women brought vomit up into Clarissa's mouth. She covered her mouth and forced herself to swallow it. She stood transfixed, unable to turn her eyes away from a naked Manda Perlin, one of the young women who had frequently tormented her. Manda had married a wealthy middle-aged man who lent money and invested in cargoes. Her husband, Rupert Perlin, lay close by, his throat so viciously cut that his head had been nearly severed from his body. Manda wailed in terror as the brutes held her down. The men roared with laughter at her wails, but they could hardly be heard above all the noise. Clarissa felt her eyes water. These were not men, they were wild animals. A man snatched Clarissa by the hair. Another hooked her leg with an arm. They laughed as her scream joined all the others. Before she landed on her back, they had her dress up. "No!" she cried out. They laughed at her as the others were laughing at Manda. "No, I was sent." "Good," one man said. "I was tired of waiting my turn." He smacked her when she fought off his hands. The pain of the wallop stunned her and made her ears hum. She had a silver ring. That meant something. She had a silver ring. She heard a woman not 2 feet away grunt as a man flopped down on her back. Her silver ring did her no good either. "Malik!" Clarissa screamed. "Captain Malik sent me!" The man put a fist in her hair and crushed a grimy, bristly kiss to her lips. Her wound from the ring through her lip sang with pain, and she could feel blood gush anew across her chin. "My thanks to Captain Malik," he said. He bit her ear, making her scream again as the other man pawed at her small clothes. She tried desperately to remember what the prophet had told her to say. "Message," she cried out. "Captain Malik sent me with a message. He said I'm to lead you down to the books. He said to tell you to get your sorry hides down to the books right now, or the dream walker would pay you a visit you would regret." The men cursed obscenely, then pulled her to her feet by her hair. She smoothed her dress down with trembling hands. The half-dozen men around her laughed. One slid a hand back up between her legs. "Well, don't just stand there enjoying it, bitch. Get going. Lead the way." Her legs had all the starch of wet rope, and she had to hold the rail on the way down the stairs. Visions of what she had seen flashed through her mind in a jumble as she led the half-dozen men down to the archives. The prophet met them at the door, as if he were about to leave. "There you are, about time," the prophet said in an irritable voice. He gestured back to the room. "Everything is in order. Start packing them up before anything happens, or the Emperor will be using us as firewood." The men frowned in confusion. They glanced about the room. In the center, where Clarissa had seen the prophet stack the books he had taken from the shelves, there was only a stain of white ash. The empty places where he had pulled out books had been closed up, so it didn't appear that any had been removed. "I smell smoke," one of the men said. The prophet thunked the man's skull. "Idiot! Half the city is ablaze. At last you begin to smell smoke? Now get to it. I have to report on the books I found." One of them snatched Clarissa's arm as the prophet started leading her out. "Leave her. We'll be needing some entertainment." The prophet glared at them. "She's a scribe, you fool. She knows all the books. We have more important work for her than amusing you lazy oafs. There are women enough when you finish your work, or would you rather have me report you to Captain Malik?" Even though they were confused by who Nathan was, they decided to get to work. Nathan closed the door behind him. He pushed Clarissa on ahead. On the steps, alone with him in the silence, she halted, leaning against the railing for support. She felt lightheaded and sick to her stomach. He put his fingers to her cheek. "Clarissa, listen to me. Slow your breathing. Think. Slow it down or you will faint." Tears coursed down her face. She lifted a hand toward the room she had gone to get the man.
I saw...
I know what you saw, he said in a soft voice. She slapped him.
Why did you send me up there? You didn't need those men.
You think you will be able to hide. You won't. They will search every hole in this city. When they are finished, they will burn it all to the ground. There will be nothing of Renwald left.
But I'm afraid of going with you. I don't want to die.
I wanted you to know what will happen to you should you choose to stay here. Clarissa, you are a lovely young woman. He pointed with his chin toward the great hall. Believe me, you do not want to be here to experience what is going to happen to the women here over the next 3 days, and then as slaves to the Imperial Order. Please believe me, you don't want that.
How can they do such things? How can they?
This is the unspeakable reality of war. There are no rules of conduct except those the aggressor makes, or those the winner can enforce. You can either fight against this or submit to it.
Can't you do anything to help these people?
No, he whispered. I can only help you. But I'm not going to waste precious time doing it unless you are worth saving. The dead here died a quick death. Terrible as it was quick. Vast numbers of people, many times as many people as lived in this city, are about to die horrible, suffering, lingering deaths. I can't help these people, but I can try to help those others. Is freedom worth having, life worth living, if I don't try? It is time for you to decide if you will help, if your life is worth living, worth the Creator's gift of your soul. Visions of what was happening up in the great hall, out in the streets, and to her whole city flashed chaotically through her mind. She felt as if she were already dead. If she could have a chance to help others and to live again, she must take it. This was the only chance she would get. She knew it was. She wiped the tears from her eyes and the blood from her chin.
Yes, I'll help you. I swear on my soul that I will do what you ask, if it means a chance to save lives and a chance at my freedom.
Even if I ask you to do something that you fear. Even if you think you will die doing it.
Yes.
His warm smile made her heart lift.
Surprisingly, he drew her to him and gave her a comforting hug. She had been a child the last time she had been comforted with a hug. It made her weep. Nathan put his fingers to her lip, and she felt a warm sensation of succor. Her terror eased. Her memories of what she had seen now gave her the determination to stop the men who did this, to prevent them from visiting suffering on others. Her mind filled with hope that she might do something important that would help other people to be free too. Clarissa felt her lip after Nathan had taken his hand away. It no longer throbbed. The wound was healed around the ring. Thank you, Prophet.
Nathan. He ran a hand down her hair. We must go. The longer we stay here, the greater the chance of never getting away. Clarissa nodded.
I'm ready.
Not yet. He cupped his big hands to her cheeks. We must walk through the city, through it all, to get away. You have seen too much already. I don't want you to see any more or hear any more. I would spare you that much at least.
But I don't see how we can ever get past the order.
You let me worry about that. For now I am going to put a spell over you. You will be blind, so that you don't have to see any more of what is happening to your city, and you will be deaf, so that you don't have to hear any more of the suffering and death that now possesses this place. She suspected that he feared she might panic and get them caught. She didn't know that he might not be right.
If you say so, Nathan, I will do as you say.
Standing there in the dim light, 2 steps below her so that his face was closer to hers, he gave her a warm smile. For as old as he was a strikingly handsome man. I have chosen the right woman. You will do well. I pray the good spirits grant you freedom in return for your help. Holding his hand as they walked was her only connection to the world. She couldn't see the slaughter. She couldn't hear the screams. She couldn't smell the fires. Yet she knew that those things had to be happening around her. In her silent world, she prayed as she walked, prayed that the good spirits would keep safe the souls of those who had died here this day, and for those who still lived, she prayed for the good spirits to give them strength. He guided her around rubble and around the heat of fires. He held her hand tight when she stumbled over debris. It seemed they walked for hours through the ruins of the vast city. Occasionally they stopped, and she lost the connection to his hand as she stood still and alone in her silent world. She could neither see nor hear, so she didn't know the exact reason for the stop, but she suspected that Nathan was having to talk their way out. Sometimes those stops dragged on, and her heart raced at the thought of what unseen danger Nathan warded. Sometimes the stop was followed by his arm around her waist, pulling her into a run. She felt confident in his care, and comfort, too. Her hip sockets ached from walking, and her weary feet throbbed. He at last placed both hands on her shoulders, turned her, and helped her sit. She felt cool grass under her. Her vision suddenly returned, along with her hearing and sense of smell. Rolling green hills spread away before her. She looked around and saw only countryside. There were no people anywhere. The city of Renwald was nowhere to be seen. She dared to feel the budding of sweet relief, not only at having escaped the slaughter, but at having escaped her old life. The terror had burned so deep into her soul that she felt as if she had been recast in a furnace of fear and had come out a shiny new ingot, hardened for what lay ahead. Whatever she had to face, it could be no worse than what she would have faced had she stayed. If she had chosen to stay, it would have been a turning away from helping others and from herself. She didn't know what he was going to ask her to do, but every day of freedom she had was one she wouldn't otherwise have had if not for the prophet. "Thank you, Nathan, for choosing me." He was staring off in thought and didn't seem to hear her. Chapter 23. Sister Verna turned to the commotion and saw a scout leaping from his lathered horse before it had skidded to a stop in the near darkness. The scout panted, trying to catch his breath, at the same time as he relayed his report to the general. The general's tense posture visibly relaxed at the report. He gestured in a jaunty fashion for his officers to stand down their concern, too. She couldn't hear the scout's report, but she knew what it would be. She didn't have to be a prophet to know what the scout would have seen. The fools. She had told him as much. The smiling General Rybish approached her, his heavy eyebrows arched with his good humor. When he came into the ring of firelight, his grayish-green eyes searched her out. "Prelate, there you are. Good news." Verna, her mind on other more important matters, loosened the shawl around her shoulders. "Don't tell me, General. My sisters and I won't have to spend the whole night calming nervous soldiers and casting spells to tell you where panicked men have run off to hide while they await the end of the world." He scratched his rust-colored beard. "Ah, well, I do appreciate your help, Prelate, but no, you won't. You're right, as usual." She snorted, and I told you so. The scout had been watching from atop the hill, and from there could see the moon rise before any of them down in the valley. "My man said that the moon didn't rise red tonight. I know you told me it wouldn't, and that 3 nights of it was all there would be, but I can't help being relieved to know things are back to normal, Prelate." Back to normal. Hardly. "I'm glad, General, that we will all get a good night's sleep for a change. I hope, too, that your men have learned a lesson, and that in the future, when I tell them that the underworld isn't about to swallow us all, they will have a little more faith." He smiled sheepishly. "Yes, Prelate. I believed you, of course, but some of these men are more superstitious than is healthy for their hearts. Magic scares them." She leaned a little closer to the man and lowered her voice. "It should." He cleared his throat. "Yes, Prelate. Well, I guess we better all get some sleep." "Your messengers haven't returned yet, have they?" "No." He traced a finger down the lower part of the white scar running from his left temple to his jaw. "I don't expect they've even reached Aidendrill yet." Verna sighed. She wished she could have heard word first. It might have made her decision easier. "I suppose not." "What do you think, Prelate? What's your advice? North?" She stared off, watching the sparks from the fire spiral up into the darkness and feeling its heat on her face. She had more important decisions to make. "I don't know." Richard's exact words to me were, "Head north. There's an army of 100,000 Daharan soldiers heading south looking for Kahlan. You'll have more protection with them, and they with you. Tell General Rybish that she is safe with me."
It would have made things easier if he would have said for sure.
He didn't say for us to go north back to Aidendril, but it was implied. I'm sure he thought that's what we would do. However, I take seriously your advice in matters such as this. He shrugged.
I'm a soldier. I think like a soldier.
Richard had gone to Tanamura to rescue Kahlan, and had managed to destroy the Palace of the Prophets, along with its Vault of Prophecies, before Emperor Jagang could capture it. Richard had said that he had to return to Aidendril at once, and that he didn't have time to explain, but only he and Kahlan had the magic required that would allow their immediate return. He said he couldn't take the rest of them. He had told her to go north to meet up with General Rybish and his Daharan army. General Rybish was reluctant to return north. He reasoned that with a force this large already this far south, it would be strategically advantageous to blunt an invasion of the New World before it could drive into the populous areas. General, I have no argument with your motives, but I fear that you underestimate the threat. From the information I've managed to gather, the Imperial Order's forces are large enough to crush even an army of this size without losing stride. I don't doubt your men's ability, but by sheer numbers alone the Order will swallow you whole. I understand your reasoning, but even with as many men as you have, it won't be enough, and then we wouldn't have them to lend their weight to a gathering of a larger force that might have a chance against the Order. The general smiled reassuringly.
Prelate, what you say makes sense. I've listened to reasoned arguments like yours my whole career. The thing is, war isn't a reasonable pursuit. Sometimes you simply have to take advantage of what the good spirits give you and throw yourself into the fray.
Sounds like a good way to be annihilated.
Well, I've been doing it a long time, and I'm still alive. Just because you choose to meet the enemy, that doesn't mean you have to stick your chin out and let him have a good swing at it.
Verna squinted at the man. What have you in mind?
Seems to me that we're already here. Messengers can move a great deal faster than an army. I think we should move to a more secure location, one more defendable, and sit tight.
Where?
If we go east into the high country of southern Dahara, then we could be in a better position to react. I know the country there. If the Order tries to come up into the New World through Dahara, the easy way through the Kern River Valley, then we are there to stop them. We can fight on more equal terms in tighter country like that. Just because you have more men, that doesn't mean you can use them all. A valley is only so wide.
What if they go more to the west as they move north, skirt the mountains and head up through the wilds?
Then we have this army to sweep in behind them when our other forces are sent south to meet them. The enemy would have to split their force and fight against us on two fronts. On top of that, it would limit their options by making it difficult for them to move freely.
Verna considered his words. She had read of battles in the old books and understood the sense of his strategy. It seemed more prudent than she had thought at first. The man was bold, but he was no fool.
With our troops in a strategic location, he went on, we can send messengers to Aidendril and the People's Palace in Dahara. We can get reinforcements from Dahara and from the lands of the Midlands that join with us, and Lord Rahl can send us his instructions. If the Order invades, well, then we're already here to know about it. Information is a valuable commodity in war.
Richard may not like it that you hunker down here instead of returning to protect Aidendril.
Lord Rahl is a reasonable man, Verna interrupted with a guffaw.
Richard? Reasonable? Now you stretch my credulity, General. He frowned at her.
As I was saying, Lord Rahl is a reasonable man. He told me that he wants me to speak up with my advice when I think it important. I think it's important. He considers my advice on matters of war. The messengers are already on their way with my letter. If he doesn't like my advice, then he can say so and order me north, and I will go. But until I know for sure that he wishes it, I think we should do our job and defend the New World from the Imperial Order. I asked your advice, Prelate, because you command magic. I don't know anything about magic. If you or the Sisters of the Light have something to say that would be important to us in our struggle, then I'm listening. We're on the same side, you know.
Verna relented. Forgive me, General. I guess I sometimes forget that. She offered him a smile.
The last few months have turned my life upside down. Lord Rahl has turned the whole world upside down. He has reordered everything." She smiled to herself. "That he has." She looked back at the General's grayish-green eyes. "Your plan makes sense. At the very worst, it would slow the order. But I'd like to talk to Warren first. He sometimes has surprising insights. Wizards are like that." The General nodded. "Magic is not my part. We have Lord Rahl for that. And you too, of course." Verna repressed a laugh at the idea of Richard being the one to wield magic for them. The boy could hardly get out of his own way where magic was concerned. No, that wasn't entirely true. Richard often did surprising things with his gift. The problem was that it usually surprised him, too. Still, he was a war wizard, the only to be born in the last 3,000 years, and all their hopes hung on his leadership in this war against the Imperial Order. Richard's heart and his determination were in the right place. He would do his best. It was up to the rest of them to help him and to keep him alive. The General shifted his weight and scratched under his chainmail sleeve. "Prelate, the Order claims to want to end magic in this world, but we all know that they use magic in their attempt to crush us." "That they do." She knew Emperor Jagang had most of the Sisters of the Dark at his beck and call. He had young wizards to do his bidding, too. He had also captured a number of the Sisters of the Light and dominated them through his ability as a dream walker. It was this that nettled her conscience. As prelate, it was ultimately up to her to see to the safety of the Sisters of the Light. Some of her sisters were anything but safe in the hands of Jagang. "Well, prelate, seeing as how their troops are likely to be accompanied by those with magic, I'm wondering if I can count on you and your sisters to be the counter to them. Lord Rahl said you'll have more protection with them and they with you. That sounds to me like he intended you to use your magic to help us against the Order's army." Verna would like to think the General wrong. She would like to think that Sisters of the Light, those charged with doing the Creator's work, would be above bringing harm to anyone. "General Rybish, I don't like it. However, I'm afraid that I concur. If we lose this war, we all lose, not simply our troops on the field of battle. All free people will be slaves to the Order. If Jagang wins, the Sisters of the Light will be executed. We all must fight or die. The Order would not want to fall into your plans so conveniently. They may try to sneak past undetected, farther to the west, possibly even to the east of you. The Sisters can be of use in detecting the movements of the enemy, should they advance into the New World and try to slip past you. If those with magic mask the Order's movements from you, our sisters will know it. We will be your eyes. If fighting comes, the enemy will use magic to try to defeat you. We will have to use our power to thwart that magic." The General considered the flames for a moment. He glanced off toward the men bedding down for the night. "Thank you, Prelate. I know that decision can't be easy for you. Since you've all been with us, I've come to know the sisters as gentle women." Verna barked a laugh. "General, you have not come to know us at all. The Sisters of the Light are many things, but gentle is not one of them." She flicked her wrist. Her dakra sprang into her hand. A dakra resembled a knife, but had a sharpened rod instead of a blade. Verna twirled the dakra. "I have had to kill men before." Reflected flashes of firelight sparkled and danced as she spun the weapon with graceful ease, walking it over her knuckles and back. "I can assure you, General, I was anything but gentle." He lifted an eyebrow. "A knife in talented hands such as yours is trouble, but it's hardly a match for the weapons of war." She smiled politely. "This is a weapon possessing deadly magic. If you see one of these coming for you, run. It only must penetrate your flesh, even if it's your little finger, and you will be dead before you can blink." He straightened, and his chest grew with a deep breath. "Thanks for the warning, and thanks for your help, Prelate. I'm glad to have you on our side." "I regret that Jagang has some of our Sisters of the Light under his control. They can do the same as I, maybe more." She gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder when she saw that his face had paled. "Good night, General Rybish. Sleep well. The red moons are gone." Verna watched the General make a zigzag course through his officers, speaking with them, checking on his men, and issuing orders. After he had disappeared into the darkness, she turned to her tent. Deep in thought, she idly cast her han and lit the candles inside the small field tent the men had provided for her use.
With the moon up, Annalena, the real prelate, would be waiting. Verna pried the little journey book from its secret pouch in her belt. Journey books had magic that allowed a message written in one to appear simultaneously in its twin. Prelate Annalena had the twin to Verna's. She sat cross-legged on her blankets and opened the book in her lap. There was a message waiting. Verna pulled a candle closer and bent in the dim light to better see the writing in the journey book. Verna, we have trouble here. We finally caught up with Nathan, at least who we thought was Nathan. The man we had been pursuing turned out not to be Nathan. Nathan tricked us. He is gone, and we don't know where he went. Verna sighed. She had thought it had sounded too good to be true when Anne told her that they were closing in on the prophet. Nathan left us a message. The message is more trouble than the thought of Nathan being on the loose. He said that he had important business, that one of our sisters was going to do something very stupid, and that he must stop her if he could. We have no idea where he went. He also confirmed what you told me Warren said, that the red moon means Jagang has invoked a bound fork prophecy. Nathan said that Zed and I must go to the Jokopo treasure, and that if we wasted time going after him instead, we would all die. I believe him, Verna. We must talk. If you are there, reply. I will be waiting. Verna pulled the stylus from the spine of the journey book. Moonrise was the time they had agreed upon to communicate through the journey books if they needed to. She bent closer and wrote in her book, I am here, Anne. What happened? Are you all right? In a moment, words began appearing in the book. It's a long story, and I don't have time for it now, but Sister Rosalind was hunting Nathan, too. She was killed, along with at least 18 innocent people. We can't be sure of the true number consumed in the light spell. Verna's eyes widened at hearing that many were killed so. She wanted to ask what they were doing casting such a dangerous web, but decided not to ask as she read on. First of all, Verna, we need to know if you have any idea what the Jokopo treasure is. Nathan didn't explain. Verna put a finger to her lips as she squeezed her eyes closed, trying to remember. She had heard the name before. She had been on her journey to the New World for 20 years, and she had heard of it there. Anne, I think I recall hearing that the Jokopo were a people living somewhere in the wilds. If I recall correctly, they are all dead, exterminated in a war. I believe all traces of them were destroyed. The wilds, you say? Verna, are you sure it was the wilds? Yes. Wait a moment while I tell Zed this news. The minutes dragged by as Verna watched the blank place at the end of the writing. At last, words began to appear. Zed has succumbed to a bout of loud cursing and arm flailing. He is swearing oaths about what he intends to do to Nathan. I am quite sure that he will find most of his intentions to be physically impossible. The Creator is humbling me for complaining to him that Nathan was incorrigible. I think I am being taught a lesson as to the true meaning of incorrigible. Verna, the wilds are a big place. Any idea where in the wilds? No, sorry. I only recall hearing the Jokopo mentioned once. Somewhere in southern Kelton I once admired a pottery relic in a shop of curiosities. It was purported by the proprietor to have been made by a disappeared culture from the wilds. He called them the Jokopo. That's all I know. I was hunting Richard at the time, not vanished cultures. I will check with Warren. He might know something from the books. Thank you, Verna. If you find anything, send word at once. Now, do you have any idea what stupid thing it is that Nathan thinks a sister is going to do? No. We are all here with the Daharan army. General Rybish wants to stay to the south so as to thwart the order should they invade. We await word from Richard. But there are Sisters of the Light being held captive by Jagang. Who can tell what he will make them do? Anne, did Nathan say anything of the bound fork prophecy? Warren might be able to help if you would tell me the words of the prophecy. There was a pause before Anne's writing began again. Nathan didn't tell us the words. He said that the spirits denied him access to its meaning. He did say, though, that the victim of the double bind in the prophecy is Richard. Verna gasped in some saliva. She coughed violently, trying to get it back out of her lungs. Her eyes watered as she coughed. She held the book up and read the last message again. She finally got her lungs and throat clear. Anne, you wrote Richard. Did you really mean Richard? Yes. Verna closed her eyes with a whispered prayer, fighting down the flutter of panic. Anything else? Verna wrote. Not for now. Your information about the Jokopo will help. We will be able to narrow our search now and know the questions to ask. Thank you. If you learn more, let me know. I had better go. Zed is complaining of life-threatening hunger. Anne, is everything all right with you and the first wizard? Ducky. He has his collar off. You took off his collar before you find Nathan? Why would you do such a thing? I didn't. He did. Verna's eyes widened at this news. She feared to ask how he could accomplish such a thing, so she didn't. Verna thought she could read in Anne's message that it was a sore subject. And yet he is going with you? Verna, I am not quite sure who is going with whom, but for now we both understand the dire nature of Nathan's warning. Nathan isn't always irrational. I know. No doubt that old man is right now smiling at a woman, trying to make her swoon and fall into his bed, Verna wrote. May the Creator hold you safely in his care, Prelate. Anne was really the prelate, but had named Verna prelate when she and Nathan had faked their deaths and gone on an important mission. For now, everyone thought Anne and Nathan dead, and that Verna was the prelate. Thank you, Verna. One other thing. Zed is concerned for Addie. He wishes you to take her aside and let her know that he is alive and well, but in the hands of a crazy woman. Anne, do you wish me to tell the sisters that you are alive and well? The message took a moment to resume. No, Verna, not just now. It helps you and them that they have you as prelate. With what Nathan has told us, and what we must do, it would be inadvisable to tell them that I live, only to have to turn around and tell them that I am dead, after all. Verna understood. The wilds were a dangerous place. That was where Verna had had to kill people. And she hadn't been trying to get information out of them. She had been trying to avoid contact with people there. Verna had been young and fast at the time. Anne was nearly as old as Nathan. But she was a sorceress, and she did have a wizard with her. While Zed was not young either, he was far from helpless. The fact that he had managed to remove his Radahan spoke volumes about his ability. Anne, don't say that. You be careful. You and Zed must protect each other. We all need you back. Thank you, child. Take care of the Sisters of the Light, Prelate. Who knows, I may want them back someday. Verna smiled at the comfort of consulting with Anne, and at her humor in dire circumstance. Verna wished she had a sense of humor like Anne. The smile faded when she remembered that Anne had told her that Richard was the victim named in the deadly prophecy. She thought about what Nathan had warned, that one of the sisters was going to do something stupid. She wished that Nathan had been more specific. He could mean almost anything by stupid. Verna wouldn't be inclined to believe just anything Nathan said, but Anne knew him much better than did Verna. She thought about the sisters Jagang was holding. Some were Sisters of the Light, and a few were Verna's dear friends, and had been since they were novices. The 5 of them, Christabel, Amelia, Janet, Phoebe, and Verna, had grown up together at the palace. Of those, Verna had named Phoebe one of her administrators. Only Phoebe was with them now. Christabel, Verna's dearest friend, had turned to the Keeper of the Underworld. She had become a Sister of the Dark and had been captured by Jagang. The last 2 of Verna's friends, Amelia and Janet, had been taken by Jagang too. Janet had remained loyal to the Light, Verna knew, but she wasn't sure about Amelia. If she was still loyal... Verna pressed trembling fingers to her lips at the thought of her 2 friends, 2 Sisters of the Light, being slaves to the Dreamwalker. In the end, that decided her.